Good evening. Today is Wednesday, November 6, 2024, El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees meeting. At this time, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. If you're following along on the agenda, we're on item A, the Board of Trustees meeting, closed session call to order. I did that today at 5 p.m. Item 1, Superintendent Dr. Edward Zuniga, can you please give me a roll call?
Yes, thank you, Board President. We're going to start off with Member Carlos Salcedo.
Here.
Member Florencio Briones.
Present.
Member Estela Torres de Sigres.
Present.
Member Qui Win.
Here.
Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
All board members are present.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Edward Zuniga. At this time, we're going to go to item A2. If I can ask Mr. Terrence Gallagher, our attorney from Olivares and Madruga, to please lead us into closed session.
Mr. President, the items for closed session tonight, as published on Section A2 of the agenda, one item under Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Item B under Government Code Section 54957.6, Labor Negotiations for EMUHSD. And item C under the same code section, Labor Negotiations for CSEA. And those are the items for closed session.
Thank you, Attorney Terrence Gallagher from Olivares and Madruga. I appreciate it. At this time, Dr. Zuniga, do we have any public comments on any of the items that we will be discussing in closed session?
No items for closed session public comment today.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, the board will go into closed session and we will resume the meeting at 6 p.m. Good evening. Today is Wednesday, November 6, 2024. This is the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees regular meeting. The board just finished coming out of closed session. I hereby call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. We're on item B1 if you are following on the agenda. Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent of the El Monte Union High School District, can you please give me a roll call?
Yes, thank you, Board President. Good evening, everyone. We're going to start off with Board Member Carlos Salcedo.
Here.
Board Member Florencio Briones.
Present.
Board Member Estela Torres de Sigres.
Present.
Board Member Qui Win.
Here.
Board Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
And Student Board Member Andrea Pablo.
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga. I appreciate it. At this time, we have a special guest from Mountain View High School. We have Miss Jessica Castañon. If you could please come up to the lectern and lead us in the flag salute.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Please rise and please take all your hats, remove your hats. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to a republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you so much. If you could stay there, Ms. Castañon, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Edward Zuniga.
Thank you. Again, it's a pleasure and a privilege to work with some outstanding parents at all of our high schools. And as a high school institution, you know that parent engagement is always needed. We learned that a long time ago as working for a school district, and we appreciate your leadership as a parent at Monte High School. Not only being here this evening, we have our PTSA president title that you oversee. We're so proud of the robust program that PTSA has had at Monte High School lately with the support of various parents, also with working alongside our teachers, our students, and also our school administration too. So wonderful things are happening because of PTSA, because of you as a Monte High School parent leader too. And we are greatly appreciative of all the work that you've done to support not only the students at Monte High School, but really our community here in El Monte too. So on behalf of the board, we wish to present you a certificate that our board president will, now provide that opportunity for us to do that.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Edward Zuniga. If I can have my colleagues join me down at the bottom so we could do this presentation, I would appreciate it. Right here. Awesome. Thank you to my entire board. If some of you guys can come over here, it's fine. Yeah, this is my favorite part of being a school board member is whenever we recognize our students, our teachers, and our parents. They are the reason that we are here. And so tonight I have this certificate of appreciation that is presented to Ms. Jessica Castañon, Mountain View High School. It says, this certificate is awarded in sincere appreciation of your exemplary service and invaluable contributions in supporting our school community. As a parent leader at Mountain View High School and president of the Mountain View School District Parent Teacher Student Association, your commitment to enhancing the educational experience for students is truly commendable. In appreciation from the El Monte Union High School District, the Board of Trustees. And it's signed by myself, Ricardo Padilla, president, my vice president, Mr. Qui Win, my clerk, Professor Stella Torres de Sigres, my colleague, Mr. Carlos Salcedo, my other colleague, Mr. not Edward Zuniga, Mr. Florencio Briones, and our student trustee is also here, and Dr. Edward Zuniga. So congratulations. In addition to the certificate, not only does she get the certificate of recognition, but she's also recognized with the special lapel pin that we give to all of the special recognitions that we give here in the El Monte Union High School District. As you can see, many of us wear the lapel pin, so it's very special. And tonight, it's for you. Yeah. Yes, we'll let her speak right now, but first my colleagues would like to share a few words. I'll start off to the left with my Vice President, Mr. Quewin.
Congratulations. And you know, parent plays a very important part in our children education. You know, you're the model and you give them all the support for, lead to their success in school. And without parents, we cannot do the job. And for that, I'm grateful for your participation in your child and the school activity. And please accept our gratitude for participation. Thank you very much.
Well, the PTA that we have in Mountain View is wonderful. Thank you to all the parents. That's from the beginning, From the beginning, we have been working really hard with that PTA. We never let go, constantly. And this lady, she's always looking the way that get fundraisers, and anyway, kids from other places come to play soccer here. Now they are charging the parents to park the car there. I'm so proud of you and very happy knowing how much you are taking care of that PTA. It's PTSA is very, very important because parent involvement is so important. We cannot do anything. Our teachers can do a lot of things, our principals, the board of trustees, but if parents don't help us to give enthusiasm and good example to our students, we're not going to have success. Thank you for being such a good example. Thank you so much.
Mountain View High School has had a history of having very active parent groups. With the Mountain View School District acting like a feeder, because they have a really active, really good parent programs and parent participation. We know that a lot of their events are just jam-packed. They offer a lot of things, and that just naturally trickles up to the high school district. And Mountain View is a benefactor of that. So we want to just thank you for all of your hard work, the dedication. Not only that, but for your leadership. Because being the president of the PTSA, it is not easy. Because, I mean, I was the principal at an elementary school with the active PTSA, and try to coordinate, and my president working, full-time mom, it's like try to juggle everything, it's hard. Okay, so I recognize that, we recognize that, and we just want to thank you and just take a moment to just say, we appreciate all of your hard work. So thank you.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, congratulations on the recognition. And like Mr. Salcido here has been saying, being a parent is hard enough, but juggling work and the PTSA, like it's a lot of hard work. I know I don't know it from Mountain View, but I've seen it at my school. The PTA is actively involved, always reaching out to the programs at our school, and I have no doubt that you do the same. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for being here with us today and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, but also thank you for being president of PTSA. I worked with Ms. Hernandez, the previous predecessor, and I think she gave me your contact info, so I will be reaching out because I am or was a member and I would need to re-up for the year. So I'm looking forward to dropping off my dues for the year and then meeting with you and seeing how I can support you and the rest of the group there at Mountain View. But thank you so much for spending some time tonight, this evening, with us.
So now we'll have the special person have the last word here.
Hi, my name is Jessica Castañon. I'm the PTA president of Mountain View High School. It's an honor to be here and to reach gratitude all these students, and it's my pleasure to be forward and kindness of this incredible high school. And I look forward to work with you guys and anything that I could do, and it will be my pleasure and my honor to be and look forward in the future.
Again, another big round of applause for Ms. Castañon. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your leadership. Okay? Thank you. Oh, you want to take a picture? Absolutely. Is your family here? Anybody from your family? Nobody? They're playing soccer. They're an active family. Okay, let's come on forward. We don't have a VMA here today. Dr. Lynn is VMA? Okay. So let's put you in the center, right here, in the center. Oh, come on up. Le trajeron flores. Come on. All right. Yeah. Come on up. Bring them. Go ahead. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Boom. Awesome. You can get in the picture too. Get in here. Come on here. Let our student go right there, Estela. Our student right there. Yes. Really quickly, before I move on the agenda, I know that we have an elected official here. I know we have from the Rosemead School District, the Rosemead Elementary School District, we have the Honorable Mr. John Quintanilla. I was told if you could please stand and say hello. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Quintanilla. As many of you know, we are not a unified school district. We are El Monte Union High School District, but we do have a lot of feeder districts. We have the Mountain View School District feeds into us, Valle Lindo School District feeds into us, El Monte City School District feeds into us, and then last, but definitely not least, our main partners, Rosemead School District. Thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate you. Dr. Edward Zuniga, are there any other elected officials here that I don't want to miss anybody? Okay, we have, Rosaelva Lomeli. Please stand from the Rio Hondo. Oh my God, from the Rio Hondo College Board. That's right. Rosaelva Lomeli is a trustee there. She's a board member there at my alma mater. I am a product of, proud to say that I'm a product of Rio Hondo College. Go Roadrunners. So thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate it. All right. If we're following along on the agenda, you could see that the next item on the agenda is Board President Padilla's poem. Okay, it's something that for those of you that watch our meetings regularly, this was something that I learned from Professor Stella Torres de Segrist. Professor Stella Torres de Segrist has the highest level of education of any of the trustees and the highest level of life experience. And when she would conduct these meetings, she would always start off with a positive saying or with a poem or something to get us in that right spirit, to help out our kids and our staff in this district. So in your honor, Professor Stella Torres de Segrist, I learned it from you. So, democracy's voice, loud and clear, El Monte Union High School District holds dear, accepting election results with grace, embracing unity in every place. Donald Trump, the people's chosen lead, fair and square, the election's creed. Not everyone's joy, yet still we stand, united we move hand in hand. Like Brene Brown says, lean into the test, discomfort's growth, we do our best. Uniting forces, all levels strong, America's power, right where we belong. El Monte Union High School District shines, supporting students, parents, teachers align. Staff and administrators, a team divine, making America great again all the time. Inspired by Cesar Chavez's call, Si se puede, yes we can, we stand tall, a rallying cry for unity and might. locking arms, rolling up sleeves, come what may, day and night. Donald Trump, our president, we acknowledge true, working together, district moving anew. Let's roll up sleeves, more forward as one, make America great again under the sun. With Si Se Puede, yes, we can, we'll find unity and progress forever aligned. Now more than ever, we must unite, heal as a nation, day and night. For at the end of the day, we're all the same, Americans together, one voice, one aim. With love and respect, we'll find our way through differences to a brighter day. El Monte Union High School District leads in unity and strength our nation's creed. Guided by Cesar Chavez's vision and might, Si Se Puede, shining bright. Si Se Puede was coined by Dolores Huerta during Cesar Chavez's 25-day fast in 1972. I was not born yet. I was born in 73. Symbolizing the united farm workers' determination to fight for labor rights. Today, it inspires us to unite and work together toward a brighter future. Moving right along on the agenda, we have approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda for today, Wednesday, November 6,
Move to approve.
2024? I have a motion to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The agenda for today, Wednesday, November 6, 2024 is approved. Item number 5, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for October 2nd, 2024, regular meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to
I got a
approve.
motion to approve by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
A second.
I have a second by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 6, B6, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for October 16, 2024, special board meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item B7, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for October 22nd, 2024, special meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item
Abstain.
B8. Take that back. We have 4 yeas and 1 abstention. Item B8, recognition of Mr. Rick Olivares, an attorney for the firm of Olivares and Madruga Law Organization, LLP. Dr. Edward Zuniga, Superintendent.
Yes, thank you again, Board President Padilla. At this time, I'd like to recognize with the audience that this is an opportunity for us to address not only the public here present, but also through our YouTube channel about the partners that we have in our district and the opportunity to work alongside our partners to support our community. This is an individual who I have known since I've stepped into the actual district office here as one of the district administrators, but even before my time, I recall this gentleman working to advocate for communities like ours through his work as an attorney, but also through his aspiration to inspire others that could be potential attorneys in the future, potential community leaders too, under the umbrella that we are a community that also can be aligned to someone from our school can be an attorney. Someone from our school that attends high schools can move on and be a doctor. And Mr. Olivares has not only done the work that he does as an attorney, but also advocate for communities like ours too. And having him as a partner with our legal counsel, he not only looks over the district and advises us, but also what we've learned lately about the firm that he runs, how he runs it provides opportunities for minorities, individuals that are aspiring attorneys that also need that opportunity to first chance to get their job as an attorney, and that's what OMLO represents too, providing opportunities. So Mr. Rick Olivares, who is sitting right beside us right here in front, he is the founding partner and manager of Olivares Madruga Law Firm Organization LLP, And in his capacity, he oversees the day-to-day operations of the firm. And also under his leadership, OMLO has grown into the premier minority-owned law firm in Southern California. A little bit about the recent award that was granted to OMLO. They were for the fourth consecutive year in Los Angeles Business Journal. This is a publishing. They made the annual list of the most admired law firms to work for. This list honors outstanding law firms in the LA region that are consciously working towards creating diverse, positive, and supportive environments to help drive the success of attorneys. In addition to that, the Business Journal describes OMLO's culture as encouraging individual thought, providing positive working conditions, and fostering a progressive and proactive business environment. Also noted were OMLO's donations to local organizations that support education and care for the minority community's success. In addition to being regarded as one of the Southern California's leading law firms, OMLO was recognized on the list for its belief that its success over the last 12 years is directly linked to the talent, the care, and the commitment of the firm's people. And I could attest to the support that OMLO does provide. Obviously, we do have them as our legal counsel for the El Monte High School District, but whenever there is a need to support the community, OMLO is there to support us. For example, when we have our posada, they are able to provide support in bringing a mariachi and having our families enjoy the mariachi while the posada is happening. That's one example that his contribution with his leadership and support that OMLO can provide to us outside the normal setting that we do here in business in the district too. That's just one of them. There's many, many that I have gone to bat and say, Rick, can you help us out with this? We would greatly appreciate it, and that way it is not paid through the general fund, and you can support us by having this as a community event, supporting it too and sponsoring it too. So he never asked questions. He said, sure, let's do it, and we move forward with it too. So that's why we're so grateful and honored to have Mr. Olivares out of his busy schedule today to be here with this evening. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the district, we would like to present recognition for Mr. Olivares today. Congratulations on the recognition, but also just the work that you do every day to support not only this district, but other districts that look for your support as well. So thank you.
Colleagues, my colleagues can join me down at the bottom. Let me go right here. Yes, right in the middle, Mr. Olivares. So we have the certificate of recognition along with the special pin that I mentioned every time we give a recognition. This certificate of recognition is presented to Mr. Rick Olivares from Olivares and Madruga Law Organization, better known as OMLO, for being named a most admired law firm to work for by the Los Angeles Business Journal. Your commitment to promoting diversity and inclusion in the workplace has made a positive impact on both your organization and the communities you serve. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees, Mr. Rick Olivares. I can tell you, I'll just add to the things that Dr. Edward Zuniga, our superintendent, said about Mr. Olivares. Not only does he have a company that is so awesome to work at, he is very big on diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's something that this board is very intentional about. All the decisions that we make, we always talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, because what we've learned is that if there's no inclusion, there's no belonging. And he does give an opportunity to aspiring and up-and-coming attorneys. And I know that he also participates as a mentor when I have my Caballeros event, which is a leadership conference that we have for young men. He always goes there to talk to students about how he did it What were some of the challenges that he had going to college, or aha moments that he had so that our students don't make those mistakes, or things that he wished somebody would have shared with him that that he doesn't want these kids falling into those pitfalls. So not only is he our business partner, but he's a really special friend who cares about communities like ours. You know, he is aware that our community has a large percentage of English language learners. He is aware that our families here struggle with socioeconomic issues. He's aware of the rent issues, the high rent, and some of the things that our students struggle with and their parents struggle with. But he comes back to our communities to give back to our kids. And for that, I take my hat off to Mr. Olivares. Thank you for the person that you are. And I know that life has been very good to you, you know, with the money that you make because you have worked so hard and gone to college, but you're very, you know, sharing with your money and you share with our students. And for that, I'm speechless. I just want to say thank you so much for what you do for my kids. You know, I really mean that. So for sure, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Olivares, over a year ago, nobody knew about DEI in this El Monte Union High School District. Your company, your law firm started it. You know why? I heard about the legacy of your dad, fought for the underdog, for the Latino go to swimming pool. And I started getting intrigued, tried to follow you on social media, every single step. And that's why I told the president, you know, you have achieved the DEI not by talking, but you walk the talk. And look at your staff. You have a white guy, you have a Mexican guy, you have a Thai guy, you have a Chinese guy, you have a Mexican guy. That's diversity right there. And the best thing is they're all the best. They're all the best. And you just achieve another letter, that's B. B stands for belonging. You've been named as the best place to work. That's belonging. And, you know, I wish you will continue to succeed in your business and very prosper. And for that, my hat to you from all my heart. I never had a chance to talk to you personally, but by following you, and that's what I try to mimic what you're doing so we can bring equity into the El Monte Union High School District. And definitely, I try to do it the best I can. Okay, bye.
Well, Rick, we know each other for a long time. And one of the most beautiful things that Rick has is that he follows the tradition of his family. His family, since your ancestors, all his ancestors always had been helping the community with no interest, the only thing that your ancestors put in our community was the love. It's one of the things that I always admire. Admire your mother, wonderful lady, always thinking the community, always checking in what way we can help them until the time that she may retire because she was kind of tired. Yeah. But look at that. Her son is now follow her steps. Thank you very much. That's the thing that I admire you, and I love you for that. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you so much.
How long have you been with our district?
Well over a decade, 12, 13.
12, maybe 14? So when Rick brought his law firm, and I'm sure you remember this, to our district, I was the lone dissenting vote. I was.
But I still love
you. Remember? Because I had a lot of questions. But it didn't take long. The one thing you can always count on from Mr. Olivares is him being genuine and him doing the right thing for our students. And I've always said that so long as you do the right thing for our students, you're going to go a long way. And we've seen his law firm grow and change names a few times because you're growing. But it didn't matter what was happening behind the scene. You were growing, or people left, or whatever. The focus was our students, and it came out always very genuine and very supportive, and that always felt good because we saw our students doing better. We saw opportunities for our students that we didn't always see. So after that initial vote, then I voted for you every single time. So just to clear that up. Yeah, so just thank you so much. It's always refreshing to have partners, to have socios like this law firm to step up and not have to beg, like, come on, let's do this. To have firms like this that want to partner with us and engage with students, take them all the time. Thank you.
I want to say thank you for keeping us out of hot water, because that's really the goal here. And so I think it's reflected in the work that you do, and being named as one of the best places to work, one of the best firms, most respected, most admired firms in Los Angeles. So I know that anytime I have a question, I can always reach out to you or one of the other partners, get an answer, sometimes even get an opinion, on a question that we may have. And it's something that it's not going to be in question. So I really appreciate all the work that you do for our district, the dedication to our community, because you don't only represent El Monte Union's high school district, you also represent the city of El Monte across the street. So you're established here in the community, and people recognize you and know your firm. And I think that's why you're here today being recognized by us for all the dedication that you have shown to our community, your hard work, and the great environment that you provide for the rest of your partners and the associates and the rest of the staff at AMLO. So congratulations, Rick.
It's nice to meet you, because for the longest I thought that he was Rick Olivares. Yes. So it's nice to finally meet you. And yeah, like everyone has been saying, I think it's really inspiring that you always give back to a community. And I've even asked Mr. Torrance, like, oh, do you guys do like any sort of internships? And he says, not exactly, but our doors are always open to anyone who wants to come and see the process, see the work. So I think that's very, not only inspiring, but helpful for students, especially who want to pursue a career in future. And just the diversity of like the company itself. I was doing my research right now, and there's no such thing as water law. So I thought that was interesting. I was like, wow, they really do cover a lot of ground. So congratulations and thank you.
So you can see that Mr. Olivares is a great professional. He's a great person. He's just overall just a great human being. And I don't want to take from his spotlight today, but he comes from amazing people. As a Mexican American, I myself was not born in this country. I'm an immigrant, and I know that Mr. Olivares, his father, advocated here in California for so many Latinos. Mr. Cui Wynn talked a little bit about that, but some of the work that his grandfather did was he advocated, listen to this, we're in the year 2024, okay, but at one point, Mexicans could not swim in regular public swimming pools. Mexicans could only swim in public swimming pools on Fridays when dogs could swim and Mexicans could swim, and then they would dump the water out and then they would get fresh water. His grandfather advocated for that to defend, Mexican people back then. And I know that we listen to that today and you're just kind of like, what? But yeah, somebody had to do the work. And now with him as an attorney, he's the grandson, he does that work. He makes sure that there's diversity, equity, inclusion. And yes, he does keep us out of water, but he understands our community. He speaks our language. He understands, the community that we serve, communities that sometimes other people look at like those districts or those kids or those parents. Okay, that's who he stands for. He stands for those kids like me or like him, or you heard Mr. Cui say the white guy, the Chinese guy, the Vietnamese guy. Sometimes people are afraid to say that. Why? we need to talk about it and be comfortable with it. And Mr. Rick Olivares doesn't talk about it. He just does it and ensures that the people that are working in his firm represent what the community looks like. It's not all a bunch of white guys or a bunch of Chinese guys or a bunch of Vietnamese guys or a bunch of, African American guys. He gets a little bit of everybody to get diverse opinions and stuff. And it all starts with leadership, and that's why he is Olivares San Madruga. And thank you, Rick. I will let you have the final word. Your closing arguments like you're in a case in an attorney, There you go.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Mr. President, members of the board, superintendent, and the community, really, for allowing my firm to be your representative as legal counsel for close to, well over a decade. El Monte definitely has a very special place in my heart. When I started the firm, I had absolutely no clients. I pretty much barred against my house because I couldn't get a loan to start the firm. And so things were not looking very well early on. And the first entity, the first public entity that gave me an opportunity was the city of El Monte. And that was a time when Norma Macias was serving on that city council. And she gave me my first opportunity, as well as the other members on that city council. And from there, I was able to use that to start building the firm. The first school district that we represented was El Monte Union High School District. So both the city and the school district, thank you. So both the school district and the city and the residents and the people that work here every day mean a lot to me. So thank you so much for that. I'd also like to say that I'm only as good and the firm's only as good as the people that work there. And so we really do try to make every effort to not only bring in the best lawyers that we can find, but also good people, people that care about the communities that we represent. That's very important to our firm. And I can tell you that Terrence Gallagher is one of the finest lawyers I've ever met. He probably won't like what I'm about to say, but around the office, we call him Sweet Tea. So feel free if you see him, say, hey, what's up, Sweet Tea? And he'll definitely answer you. But I can't tell you how humbling this is for me today. I'm not one to be recognized for things. I just like doing the work and kind of work behind the scenes, but this is very special to me, and I'm going to get this framed. I'm going to hang it in my office. I'm going to look at it every day. I'm going to remember this board, this community, and everybody that works here. So thank you so very much for this.
Thank you. One more round of applause for Mr. Rick Olivares. We are so proud. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get a picture. Can we get a picture? Picture, yeah. All right, before I continue with the next item, I'd like to recognize some other elected officials that just arrived. From the Rosemead School District, we also have the Honorable Miss Veronica Peña. If you could please stand and be recognized. Also from the Mountain View Elementary School District, we have the Honorable Miss Cindy Wu. Thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate you finding some time in your busy schedules to come here. At this time, if you're following along, we are on item B9, okay, public comments, and we have quite a few public comments, so at this time, I'm going to ask you to come on up. I'd like to start off with Mr. Jeffrey Morris from South El Monte High School PTSA, Legislative Advocate. Welcome, Mr. Jeffrey Morris.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As a legislative advocate for South El Monte PTSA, and for speaking on behalf of the entire South El Monte PTSA, our role is to make sure that our students are taken care of. There were two issues that I brought up at our PTSA meeting this past Monday that our principal attended. He was out here, Dr. Jorge Morales. The first one was the lack of a credentialed librarian due to our librarian being ill. Unfortunately, last night, Fred Bautista passed away from cancer. He was a great librarian, great man, and we're going to miss him a lot. So I've been emailing Dr. Zuniga, and he assured me that the district will fly that position to make sure that our students are served by having a credentialed librarian as soon as that is possible. So I thank him for that. The other issue that, and speaking with several South El Monte High School teachers, come to my attention that there are a majority, unfortunately, of student desks that are in poor shape and uncomfortable for our students. I learned this from teachers Mrs. Van Empel and Mrs. Morales, that new furniture was in the school modernization plan, and art classes and a few others got new desks, science classes, but there's still a lot of old desks there that are in disrepair. They're in poor shape. I know that the teachers told me, Mrs. Morales, that at back to school night, some of you actually went into her classroom and saw physically how bad some of these desks are. And about 4 or 5 years ago, the principal at the time, Amy Avina, decided to purchase a large number of rolling desks that are primarily made of plastic. And a few teachers told me that they are literally falling apart. They said that students' clothes and their hair are getting caught in the desks, which is not a good situation, obviously. And one English teacher shared with me that the seat of one of these rolling desks actually broke loose during class. The student fell onto the floor.
Oh my goodness.
And she had to send him to the nurse's office for minor injuries. That's how bad things are getting. So I've emailed Dr. Zuniga, and he's told me about the financial situation that I know the new assistant superintendent has to deal with, but this is an issue that needs your attention. We know other schools need, new desks as well. It's not simply South El Monte, but we want to make sure that our students are taken care of. So we hope that you will make this a priority, please. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Jeffrey Morris. We appreciate it. We'll be looking into that. Next, we have Genesis Hernandez Calderon. She is a student, and she's here to speak on the band regiment bus changing. Welcome, Ms. Genesis Hernandez Calderon.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Genesis Hernandez. I am a student in the band regiment at Mountain View High School. I want to start off by asking where the thought that changing in a tent is safer than changing on a bus. The bus is a secure place, and our garment bags cover all the windows. It is a band competition. There are over 50 schools who attend those competitions, and everyone changes on the buses. It is a safe environment, and it is known that people are changing, so no one is going around and poking around the buses. There was an incident that happened recently on October the 19th, 2024, where our administration got a JFK bus and not a district bus. That's when the bus driver, John, a Caucasian male, stayed inside while all the girls were changing. He was asked to leave and he denied. He put on his sunglasses and remained in the bus. We spoke up about it, and all of a sudden there's this rule where we can't change in the bus, and it's making it difficult for everyone. So what I ask is, why are the students being punished when admin should take accountability and hire the right people and give them proper background checks? Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Ms. Calderon. We appreciate it. Next, we have Rosaura Diaz. Please come on up. Welcome.
Afternoon. This is Rosara Diaz. I'm
Good
here
evening.
to speak for my daughter, Karina Rodriguez.
Sure.
It's regarding about the changing the buses. My daughter came up to me and told me that they were not allowed to change in the bus anymore. They were giving tents to be able to change. I don't get the situation of having 58 students with 2 tents to be changed. The tents are not even, you can't even hold them on the floor or anything. They were told that if they want to get more tents, they had to be purchased by the students. I don't think that's the correct way to come and approach and let the students know that if they want to be able to change into clothes, they had to buy their own tents. As a parent, I'm okay with my daughter to change in the bus as long as the bus drivers are being removed out of the bus. They never had this issue until this past competition that they had, that the bus driver was not. He was told to be to get off the bus, but he never did. What he did, he just put some glasses on and continued staying on the bus. So if we can please address this, because I don't think it's right for a bus driver to stay on the bus. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Ms. Not Calderon, Ms. Diaz, Rosaura Diaz. Thank you for your public comment. Next, I'd like to call up Jackson Solis, percussion coach at Mount View High School. Did I say your first name correctly? Jackson? Jackson, okay. Welcome, Mr. Jackson Solis.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So there's 2 things I would like to mention. I would like to bounce off, now that we're on the topic of Mountain View, a possible solution to the issue that has arisen with changing in the buses. So I have been fortunate enough to march with outside groups that do use this practice as well. We do, like the band does, use our garment bags to block the windows so like no one can see inside. And our administration at those groups also make sure that we get buses with tinted windows, so that further like helps in not letting others see from the outside in. And we cover the front windows, so I feel like it would be an easier solution instead of having students change outside in a tent one at a time. I also come with another issue with equipment and instruments at the school site. So I have been with the regiment for, this is my 3rd year now. And I would also like to mention that I have been helping coach at El Monte High School for this semester. So my issue is that the students at Mountain View do not have proper percussion instruments, to be specific. The boards that we use are falling apart and have a lot of broken keys, yet we still manage to perform on them. I don't believe that it is right, because we're not allowing our students to fully grow as musicians and further support what they want to do, which is music, and perform with the ensemble. An example I have was last year's winter performance. As we were transporting our boards, they fell and broke apart in the vehicle that we used to transport them. Luckily, El Monte had the instruments we needed, so we had to borrow from them. However, I don't think that it is right, because every school should be able to provide their students what they need. I just come here to mention that to you guys and have you guys and our administration to reconsider purchasing the requests that we submit to you guys, because they are not just any sort of requests, they are requests to help and benefit our students. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. Coach, yes. At this time, I'd like to call up Miss Lisa Castillo, parent at Mountain View High School, also speaking on the topic of Mountain View High School Band Regiment. Welcome, Miss Castillo.
Hello, board members. I'm sure you guys all are aware of me from Anissa being here.
Yes.
I'm here to talk about and to advocate for my child, and not just for my child, for all the band regiment children. All the years that I have been in the band regiment, there has never been an issue with students changing on the bus. Like that one incident with the person, John, he was rude. He did not leave the bus. I even asked him to leave the bus. He wouldn't leave the bus. So I don't think it's fair for these kids to have to change in a little tent. My daughter is here. She's the drill team captain, small and skinny. It was uncomfortable for her to try to change in that tent. It's not fair. I suggested instead of buying a little tent, and for the children, if they want to buy a little tent themselves, why couldn't the school purchase a big tent with 4 walls? Much easier, much convenient. It's not just our district that does it. We have Rosemead that do it, Arroyo does it, everybody else does it, but why is it such a big issue from Mountain View to do it? And I'm here to advocate for my children, and when I say my children, I mean all the band regiment, because I overheard a conversation that we're being chismosas in here by somebody in here. So yeah, I'm gonna be that chismosa and I'm gonna stand up for all these kids here. It's not fair. If we're not going to advocate for our kids, who's going to do it? So I'm here to ask that let them change in the bus. If there's a big problem, then you guys should have done something before this. This is already going to be our last competition. We do have indoor competitions, and then what are the kids going to do? They're not allowed to change in the restrooms. So what are they going to do, stay in their uniform? If they stay in their uniform and their uniform gets damaged, who's going to pay for it? Not the district, not the admin. The boosters have to pay for it, and that's not fair. We're taking away from our kids to do something that you guys should have done for them. So take it into consideration, not just for anybody else, but for all the kids in all the districts, Rosemead, Arroyo, South Amani, and Mountain View. Because it's not fair to these kids to have to inconvenience themselves for what? For free? And having the kids to have to pay for a tent for what? To change themselves when it should be provided for the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo, for your public comment. Next, I'd like to call Mr. Nathan Perez, student from Mountain View High School. Welcome, Mr. Perez.
I am also here to address the issue with the changing on the bus. Tents are so little, I almost ended up tripping in there because I had no space either to move, and I required help from my teammates in order to take off my uniform. They also said that it's somehow inappropriate to change on the bus because someone could take a picture when there's a lot of people around. No one's gonna end up trying to doing that. And we have our garment bags and tinted windows from that. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Perez. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Ms. Catherine Gomez, student at Mountain View High School. Welcome, Ms. Catherine Gomez.
Boo. Okay. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and cabinet members. My name is Catherine Gomez, and I am a member and president of the Mountain View Viking Regiment. Thank you for allowing me time to address you tonight. I would like to start asking you a question. What is the board policy for the Mountain View Union High School School District concerning band and auxiliary units changing of their uniforms and into street clothes on the bus at parade performances? We've been doing this for years. Auxiliary units change on their bus and band members change on their bus. None of us are ever unclothed or seen in undergarments. All of us wear clothing, shorts, and t-shirts under our band uniforms. We hang our garments over the windows to shield us from the outside world. I would understand if we needed to make a change in the procedure that maybe girls would change first and then the boys could change on the bus and change. I mean, we had been doing this way for my entire high school experience since I'm a senior. So it wouldn't make sense if all of a sudden they start carrying. We were instructed by one of our assistant principals to use flimsy tents set up between our buses in which to change. Only one person at a time was allowed to enter to change. This took an incredibly long time, and because it was windy and the tent is flimsy, I did not feel comfortable or safe. Other band members said the same thing. I was about to trip, and one of my friends had to carry it to the tent. And in Chino, it was pure concrete. How we're gonna set up the tent into the ground. We would like to know if these same rules now apply to all schools in the district, or is this just a Mountain View High School applying them to us? If this rule and or board policy, then all high schools in the district should be abiding by it. If Mountain View High School is being singled out for some reason, I would like to know why. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you for your public comment, Catherine. We appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call out Jasmine Morfin, parent from Mount View High School. Welcome, Ms. Morfin.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good evening. So I'm standing here today with an unfortunate situation that I feel should have been not made it thus far had we had supportive and understanding administrators at Mount View. Issues had been arising that show lack of support from the activities director, specifically the AP. When an issue has arrived, he has created another challenge rather than a support for the band director and students. If you've ever been to a band parade or competition, you would know the amount of work and parent support it takes. Lately, it has been of such difficulty and frustration for all the parents to assist and support. For this, as a parent representative, we ask for support with issues like food and changing, and so many more that we know will arise throughout the years. We ask for support for Mr. Faraci, the band director, who when goes to an administrator, instead of receiving support, receives a challenge presented in an untimely manner. When the bus situation arose, we were fortunate enough that he did bring this up so that we could seek into the bus company to be able to bring this to their attention on the bus driver at the moment. However, instead of receiving support, it came back to the parents and the students as now a challenge. Not only were we not able to present a complaint to the company about the bus driver, but now have a challenge into how our students will be changing. I do stand here to hope and welcome the administrators of Mount View High School to attend a band competition and a parade, and to really see some of the challenges that are presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morfin. We appreciate your public comment. At this time, I'd like to call Fabiola Garcia, Mount View High School. Ms. Fabiola Garcia, welcome. Fabiola Garcia? Okay.
Buenas noches a todos.
Buenas noches.
Gracias por esta oportunidad de poder expresar las necesidades que están pasando nuestros estudiantes de banda. Como se han dado cuenta, ha pasado un inconveniente que es un poco riesgoso para cada uno de ellos y una preocupación para cada uno de nosotros como padres de ellos. Lo único que les estamos pidiendo, pues que por favor nos apoyen en esta necesidad, que se cubra, como decía un compañero, un estudiante, que se dé un bus que esté más confortable, que sea más seguro para que ellos se puedan cambiar, ya que el director nos sugirió que nos podía dar unos tents, pero en esos tents solo cabe una persona y los estudiantes de banda siempre están rápido, es cambiarte y córrele. Entonces son bastantes y creemos que esos tents no nos funcionarían. Entonces estamos aquí para pedirles otro apoyo, que quizás a los bases se les puedan poner cortinas o que se puedan poner vidrios adecuados, un poco más oscuros para seguridad de ellos. Esta es nuestra petición y pues esperamos que pongan cartas en el asunto y muchísimas gracias por su atención y su apertura. Buenas noches.
Gracias por el comentario, señora Fabiola Garcia. Next, I'd like to call Samantha de la Cueva, student at Mount View High School.
Good evening. My name is Samantha de la Cueva. I am a student at Mountain View High School, and I would like to speak up about this new unwritten rule that our admin has been stated that are specifically our band and auxiliary are not allowed to change in the bus anymore. I would first like to start with the fact that there is no actual rule stating that the students are not allowed to change in the bus in the state of California. Second of all, the parents and students have all agreed that we would rather change in the bus where we feel more secure and comfortable rather than a flimsy tent that genuinely does not give us any sense of safety. The tent is also my concern because we won't be ready and change for the next process of our competition, as our break is usually around an hour and a half. And the administration has only provided us 2 small tents. Sorry. The on-site admin at our school have stated that this false rule is real, yet have not showed us any place where this rule has been stated in the policies. We have scanned through all the policies of the board to prove this as well. The parents have also discussed the possibility of signing a waiver for the students to be able to change the bus. I would also like to include the fact that the bus is protected while we are changing by the parent volunteers, which are our moms and the president, and also Mr. Faraci. So there would be no possibility of anyone sneaking in or watching us, which is the reason that the admin claimed why we shouldn't change in the bus. Also, we have our garment bags on the windows, so the bus is completely closed down and the bus drivers have to leave during this process. I would also like to say that we had this meeting on Monday for all band. Our on-site admin came and they were pretending to listen to us, but yet when they heard all of us, all of our parent volunteers are here, we all spoke up about it, and yet they rejected our opinions. So I would like to say that I feel that we have no say in this, yet I would like to have an opportunity to speak up about all the actions happening around, because this problem should have been solved way long ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. We appreciate your public comment. At this time, I'd like to call Veronica Mondragon, Mount View High School. Welcome, Ms. Mondragon.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. First of all, what I want to address is the main concern, which is the safety of our students, of our kids, correct? So my question is, how is it possible that 56 students are going to change into pop-up tents? Okay, it takes them more than 10 minutes. They're on a time. At what time are they going to be able to eat? And I don't understand how administrative said that the tents are way safer than for the students to be changing in the bus. As a former alumni from Montview High School, when I was an athlete at Montview, we changed in the bus, and I graduated in 2002. And ever since then, we have been using the buses as the changing. And like I said, why not take in consideration what the parents say? Most of us are willing to sign a waiver. Okay, the decision was made without even consulting the parents, and they didn't even allow Mr. Faraci to voice his opinion or advocate for his students, especially since he is the band director. Okay, and the administrators and the superintendent made the decision that the tents were supposed to be used. and nobody agrees with that. So my question is, take our opinions into consideration. We're willing to sign a waiver. Because for me, my daughter is safe inside the bus than in a flimsy tent. So thank you, and like I said, take it into consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mondragon. We appreciate your public comment. Erica Garcia. Erica Garcia. Welcome, Ms. Garcia.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Erika
Buenas
García.
noches.
Soy madre de una de las estudiantes de Mountain View, Karina Rodríguez. Esta noche me toca hablar por ella, por el incidente que sucedió en el bus. Trajo consecuencias que los niños no tienen que pagar. Nos importa su seguridad, nos importa su comodidad, pero claro que es más importante su seguridad. Nos importa que los niños sean escuchados y que no solamente sea la conveniencia de la administración. Si mi hija dice, me siento segura cambiándome en un bus, me importa que se escuche, que ella se siente segura en eso. Me importa que se sienta cómoda. Si ella está segura y cómoda en un lugar, ella aporta lo mejor de sí. Y como estudiante a mí me interesa que se sienta cómoda y segura en su escuela, que sea escuchada. Les agradecería demasiado que nos ayudaran en ese aspecto. Que no cambiaran lo que los niños tienen, lo que ellos buscan, su seguridad y su comodidad. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Gracias por su comentario público, señora Erika Garcia. Next, I'd like to call Mireya Gomez. Welcome, Ms. Gomez.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's the same thing, you know. She's been in the band for a long time ago, and there's never been an issue in changing in the bus. I don't know why suddenly there's been an issue changing in the bus, and I think it's more safer in there to change on the bus than in the little tents. And plus, they want us to buy us the tents. They barely give them lunch, you know. They don't even provide them stuff, and they're gonna provide them the tents. That's all I want to say. And I think we should get more like, you know, how do you say, like all the kids, they've been doing all the fundraisers themselves, and I don't see no one, the school administrator, I don't know if they have fundings for their band or anything, but since she's been there, I have nothing seeing. But I think it should be, you know, changing them in the bus. And as other parents, we are agreed to sign a waiver that they change in the bus. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment, Ms. Gomez. Next, I'd like to call Diana Rodriguez. Welcome, Ms. Rodriguez, student.
Hi, my name is Diana Rodriguez. I am currently a sophomore attending Monte High School, and this is my second year in the Viking Band Regiment, specifically Color Guard. I would also like to discuss the problem currently happening with us changing in the bus. For as long as I can remember, we've always changed in the bus. Since I joined the regiment and the years prior to me joining it has always been like this. It is not only our normal, but also the normal for other schools. Before this problem started, our intentions weren't for things to turn into this. Us having to publicly speak amongst you all just so we can all be comfortable once again. As stated before, we've always changed in the bus for any competition or parade. We attended the Sousa Band Review on October 19th, and while we were changing out of our uniforms, we noticed that our bus driver hadn't left the bus. This was weird to us since every bus driver we had prior to this had left the bus while we were changing out of our uniforms. This bus driver had physically seen that we felt uncomfortable and still continued to stay in the bus, and even put on his sunglasses and stared in the mirror that only he could see that showed an open view of all of us changing. This made us resort to covering our friends with our blankets just so we wouldn't be exposed to that mirror. When we brought this situation to light, we soon faced the repercussions of something that wasn't our fault. Once we told our admins, we all of a sudden weren't allowed to change on the bus any longer, and instead we were provided with 2 small flimsy tents with no support whatsoever. Do you think that these 2 small tents will be enough for a regiment with over 50 people? At our last competition, we were forced to use these tents with horrible conditions. These tents will fly away with any gust of wind, causing multiple students to have to hold the tents down to the ground, while another student would have to change inside. These tents are also very small. It quickly became difficult for us to change out of our uniforms due to the multiple pieces of clothing we have to wear. We also had no help to get out of our uniforms due to nobody else being able to fit inside. These tents barely fit our tallest members. This started as a problem that had an easy fix, which would be make background checks and hire bus drivers that are part of our district, since the bus driver was a part of JFK transportation. Instead, this was blown out of proportion, and we faced the consequences for something that wasn't our fault. All students and parents in the Viking Regiment can all agree that we feel safer in the bus than anywhere else. And to me, it feels like we aren't being heard. You guys are supposed to support and carry on our decisions, so why is this a problem now, and why aren't the other schools in the district also faced with this dilemma? Thank you.
Good. Thank you for your public comment, Diana Rodriguez. Can I get Maria de la Luz Garcia, Mountain View High School? Welcome, Ms. Garcia, or de la Luz Garcia. Welcome.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Yo nada más quiero saber por qué castigan a unos niños por algo que hizo una persona que contrató el distrito para manejar un autobús. Porque si este tipo no hubiera hecho lo que hizo, los niños siguieran cambiándose tan tranquilo como hasta ahorita. Entonces, si el único problema es que un pervertido estuvo en un autobús lleno con señoritas, con solamente sacar a esa persona, tapar las cámaras, los niños se pueden seguir cambiando en el autobús. No sé por qué tienen que tomar decisiones tan drásticas por nada. Por favor, si ustedes tienen el poder de devolverles la tranquilidad a todos esos niños, yo les suplico, por favor, que lo hagan, porque nadie más puede ayudarnos. Gracias.
Gracias por su comentario, señora de la Luz Garcia. And last I have for a public comment, Mr. James Faraci, Director of the Instrumental Music at Monte High School. Welcome, Mr. Faraci.
Good evening, everybody. Can
Good
everybody
evening.
hear me? Okay, wonderful. Good evening, Mr. President, honorable
evening.
members of the board, Dr. Zuniga, and district administrators. My name is James Faraci, and I am the proud director of instrumental music at Mountain View High School. Before I begin, I want to thank publicly congratulations again, Dr. McGinnis and Dr. Rivas for their work in approving our arts plan for our school site so that our coaches can be compensated entirely by the district. I also want to publicly recognize and thank my principal, Mr. Jose Helson Albanias, for all of his hard work, because truly our school is a better place because of him. And I think everybody is in unanimous agreement because of that, for sure. I also want to inform you of our district showcase happening at Rosemead High on November 13th, 2024 at 7 p.m., as well as the Arcadia Festival of Bands taking place on Duarte Road by Arcadia High School on Saturday, November 23rd, 2024. We would love to see you there. We often so hear of the problems of our district, while failing to recognize and highlight our achievements as a district and as a community. At MVHS, our slogan is, MVHS does it best. Today, I want to highlight that El Monte Union does it best. I know of no other district that gives more opportunity and prepares our students better than our district. I know of no other district that takes students facing the worst of circumstances and offers hope through the power of education. I know of no other district that teaches English learners better than our district, entering high school as an EL1 and reclassifying as fluent English proficient by their senior year. These are just some examples, but I can think of many more. I am proud to be a part of this district and this community. For me, teaching is not a job. It is a commitment that I take very seriously. Today, I'm requesting your support on two matters. The first is a request for the district to accept a capital expenditure for our growing programs. We are requesting new shields for our color guard program, as well as marimbas and vibraphones for our growing indoor percussion program. We are launching a competitive indoor percussion ensemble for the first time at MVHS, but our students need your support. Our frontline percussion equipment hasn't been updated in over 20 years, and our students don't have what they need to compete formidably with the other schools. Mr. Banyas has possession of the requisition I'm referring to, and if you are able to locate an account or use a series of accounts to complete this purchase, our students would very greatly appreciate it. I'm going to go over a little bit, but I just have one paragraph, so if that's permissible. Second, I'm requesting that students be permitted to use the district, not contracted buses, to change out of their uniforms following the end of a competition and/or parade. This is what is best for my students, absent of a dedicated dressing facility. The implemented alternatives, i.e. changing in a tent, are not safe for students. I personally would not want my son or daughter to be changing outside in a tent with walls as thin as a sheet of paper. With the proper safeguards in place, our district bus has a single entry point and offers much better protection from the outside environment. Our transportation department has promised to give us only district drivers with our district buses for the remainder of our season, and it is under these circumstances that my students feel most safe. Thank you again for your support in these matters, and I look forward to seeing all of you soon. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Faraci. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. At this time, I know I have some people that are here to make a presentation, so I am going to move around a little bit on the agenda. And at this time, I would like the audience and my colleagues to look over at item D, information and presentations. At this time, I will call on D2, presentation on the Rio Hondo College Math Academy. We will take that item at this time. Dr. Edward Zuniga, go right ahead.
Yes, thank you, Board President Padilla. We are now, just to be clear for everyone, under the presentation, which is D2, presentation on the Rio Hondo College Math Academy. Last month, we had the opportunity to have a dialogue with our colleagues at Rio Hondo related to the College Math Academy. Our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Laura Rivas, provided what we've learned regarding the program that could potentially contribute to the academic support of our students at the high school level from the community colleges. And this evening, we actually have our partners here at Rio Hondo, from Rio Hondo Community College, to provide more in-depth information about what they can do to support students at El Monte Union High School District. I'd like to first start off with introducing a few folks. Number one, we have Yolanda Emerson. Ms. Emerson, if you can step up. She's the Dean, Educational Centers and Continuing Education. And then also Dr. Erica Leon, our Assistant Dean for Adult Education, who will work in tandem in this presentation, I believe. All right, and again, I want to welcome again all of our folks to the members of our community to learn about this program as well, as this is something that is important for us, as we are partnered not only with the elementary schools but also with our community college, which Rio Hondo happens to be the most neighboring of the community colleges in our district. Welcome and good evening.
Yes, and I see that it's going to be Ms. Rosaelva Lomelí who's going to head it off. So
Okay.
absolutely,
I'm just going
again,
to do a
just so
quick
the audience
introduction.
knows, this Mrs. Rosaelva Lomelí. She's a trustee of Rio Hondo College. She is like us, but she leads the college. We lead the district here in the high school, but she's one of the leaders of the Rio Hondo Community College, or not the
Thank
community,
you.
Rio Hondo College, right? I got to get it right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, President Padilla, esteemed board members, Dr. Zuniga, and thank you for just allowing us to taking this opportunity to speak with you tonight about our Math Academy. I am here to introduce a valuable opportunity for our students at El Monte Union High School District, which is our non-credit Math Academy. This academy was launched 3 years ago with the goal of providing a supportive, accessible pathway to enhance math skills for students who may need more additional help, or if they're looking to advance the college level to college level courses. So over the past few years, we have seen an incredible success with this program. And we're proud to say, so we hope we can include you to this, but we're proud to say that all of our district partners, which we service the Pico Rivera, Whittier, Santa Fe Springs, South El Monte areas, we have, they're all actively participating at this moment in this initiative. So this past summer, we had about 1,000 students who were enrolled in this math academy, so middle school and high school. So we believe that offering this academy to the students of El Monte Union High School District will provide them with the academic support they need to succeed in higher education, particularly in math. We know that it's a challenge. I am a school teacher, and so I know that that can be a barrier for our students. So today I'm pleased to introduce two of the members of our Rio Hondo College team, Dean Emerson and Dr. Leon, who will be providing you with more detailed information about our non-credit math academy. So at this time, I would like to thank you for the time, and I look forward to hopefully seeing how we can partner with this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Rosalba Lomeli. We appreciate you coming down here, and we love collaborating and communicating and being creative with Rio Hondo College. Thank you for making time out of your busy days.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yolanda Emerson. I'm the Dean of the Educational Centers for Rio Hondo College. I want to thank you for inviting us.
Is that mic on? I don't think it's on. It's on? Okay, turn it up or something, because I hate it when I can't hear the mic.
Sorry. Better? Okay. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to showcase our wonderful Math Academy. As our trustee Lomeli has indicated, it's been very successful with other school districts, and we want to partner with El Monte Union this coming summer. So what we want to discuss today is what is the Math Academy, what are the benefits of the students that they obtain with the Math Academy, our equitable practices, how easy it is to enroll, and of course, our partnerships. And then if you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them. I want to start with the mission of the Math Academy. Early on, you talked about togetherness and belonging. Our mission for the Math Academy is to provide a supportive, equitable, and engaging environment that fosters appreciation of mathematics and skill development to prepare the middle school students and the high school students for their coming math classes, such as AP Calculus and AP Statistics. The things that we value in the Math Academy are a high-quality teaching and learning in the classroom. We want to make sure that our staff is dynamic, highly qualified instructors, that they are able to support, that they believe in equitable and engaging environment as well. We have a very rigorous hiring process. We value student success and access. We want to provide a welcoming and inclusive, fun experience. One of the things we always say is that we want to make sure that we teach that math is actually fun. And we want to support a very supportive learning strategy. We believe in equity, diversity, and inclusion, and accessibility, a commitment to advancing equitable pre-college outcomes in all of our math courses. Next, I'll have Dr. Erica Leon talk about the A through G requirements, which I know you're very used to.
Good evening, everyone. You're probably very familiar with the A through G requirements. These are the minimum requirements under each subject that the students need to meet so that they can start applying for Cal State's or UC system. The requirements, this is minimum. They ask for 3 years of math. Usually the students satisfy this requirement by taking the integrated math 1, 2, and 3. Even though they only ask for 3, we highly recommend students take the 4 years of math. We cannot emphasize that enough. Students need to take a math class every year so that they can be better prepared for college and they can have a better college application. We actually want to go a little bit above that. We want students to be able to take more than 4 years so that their application can stand out when they start applying. They're going to be competing with a lot of other school students applying to the same institutions. And as you know, it's getting harder and harder to get in. So the more opportunities we provide to the students, the more we prepare them for their college career. So I'm going to tell you how the Math Academy can help the students not only achieve the 3 years, 4, but even take it beyond that. I have it backwards. So one of the questions that we get asked the most from the parents or even the students, why do I need to take more math classes? If I'm only required 3, why are you asking me to take so many? There's so many reasons. I'm just listing like 6 of them here. One of them is taking more math classes is actually in high school. It's correlated with higher success in college and higher earnings. So we're preparing students for higher education, but also for the workforce. It provides social economic mobility, and that's what we want for all of our students. It's gonna save them a lot of time and money when they go to the college. As you know, as parents, college tuition is getting too expensive. So if the student's able to complete a lot of those classes while they're still in high school, they're gonna be able to finish things faster, and their parents are gonna save a lot of money paying for tuition, because at the high school level, they get the classes for free. So that's a huge advantage. It's gonna provide them with a stronger transcript. And this is what they're gonna be presenting to the schools when they start applying for college. Now, studying calculus in high school, it's helpful, but not only helpful, but it's almost mandatory for anybody that is gonna be majoring in computer science, economics, engineering, math, and physical science. These are like the STEM fields. These are the fields that, as you know, they're highly lucrative. Students make more money, but a lot of the times they don't wanna go into these careers because they're afraid of the math requirements. The moment you tell them you're gonna have to take all these math classes, they step back and they're like, hey, maybe I wanna do a different career. We don't want that to be a barrier for the students. We want them to be able to say, oh, I got that already. I already finished that. I'm ready to go into this career. And these are careers that are in demand and that will help the students because, like I said, they're high lucrative. There are a lot of careers that straight out of college, they're coming out with a really good salary compared to other careers that maybe don't require that much math. So it's up to the student what their passion is, but we don't want math to be a barrier for them. So that's what the Math Academy is trying to do, break down that barrier so the student have more opportunities, so they can see they have more options. 94% of all jobs will require basic math. So this is something that the students should be familiar with math. It should not be something that they're afraid of. It should be something that they're like, yeah, I remember learning that in school. I can do this. So we want to give them that confidence to be able to utilize it in the real world as well. 35% of professional jobs and 41% of skilled trades will actually require advanced math. So we're preparing students for this type of jobs as well. So these are just some of the reasons why students should take more math. This is the math sequence that students follow. At the middle school level, they go up to pre-algebra, what we consider pre-algebra. Once they get into the high school, they go into integrated math 1, math 2, math 3, then do pre-calculus, and then there's AP Calculus AB and AP Calculus BC. As you can see, it seems like a lot of classes. And when the students start looking at this, it makes it seem like it's almost impossible to complete all this. But we're gonna present to you a way so that they're able to complete this sequence before they finish high school. I always compare learning math to just playing a video game. You give a child a video game and they see all these levels and they're like, oh, I'm never gonna pass. But does that discourage them from trying? No, they go in there and they put in hours and hours of work. Why? Because they want to show to their friends, hey, I was able to complete this whole level. I already did it. Let me show you what I can do. We want the same mentality, the same passion to apply to the math classes. We want the students to go in there and say, I learned that in summer, and it has happened. People come back during the regular school year and they're like, oh, my summer teacher showed me how to do that already, and I can go to the next level. So this is their challenge, being able to finish this sequence, and the more time they dedicate to it, the easier it is to actually complete it. Same thing with the video game. They're not gonna pass it just by looking at the box. They actually have to play and learn all the tricks and be able to go from one level to the next. Same thing happens with our math sequence. Learn all the tricks of this level, and then guess what? You're ready for level 2. You're ready for the next course. So, keep going in the wrong direction. So for the middle school, we do offer the Math Academy at the middle school level and at the high school level. At the middle school, our main goal is for skills development. We don't want the student to be so worried about earning credits because at that time they're not in high school yet. So we're more worried about developing the right skills. So we want them to come and participate in the summer so that they can prevent that loss that happens every summer. The instructors work so hard in getting students to finish the year. Summer happens, they come back in September, and they already forgot half of what they had learned. But if we keep them active in the summer, they come back not only with what they have learned, but they actually come back with new skills. So we want to reinforce and improve their skills during the summer for the middle school students. We want them to build a strong mathematical foundation, and we want them to be better prepared for the upcoming school year. This is one of the statistics that it's hard to read, but it's true. Algebra is the single most failed course in American high schools. This is where students have the most challenge, being able to take the sequence. If they start having problems with the algebra class, they go into the next class and it's already getting too challenging for them. They go into the next one, they don't get it, they're already discouraged. So we want to build that foundation so that when they finish the algebra or integrated math 1, they know they're ready for level 2. They finish that one, they know they're ready for level 3. We don't want them to start getting discouraged and actually say, I don't like math. And a lot of times people say that because they don't understand it. It hasn't been explained to them in a way that it makes sense to them. So we want to be able to break that and help them with being able to pass one level and move on to the next one. So at the middle school level, it's the skills development that we're trying to produce. We're trying to get that strong foundation so that they're able to continue with the sequence. When they get to the high school is a little bit different because at the high school, the students need credits to graduate. So what they do is they come in the summer and they take a class, they complete the curriculum that they normally take a whole year, they'll get it done in the summer in 5 to 6 weeks. They'll finish the whole class, and if they pass, they're actually given the 10 credits. The class will go on their transcript, the school will give them the 10 credits, and they get to move to the next level. So someone comes in and they take a class, and I always tell the parents, just encourage them to participate. If they come in and they don't pass, they didn't meet the requirements, let's say that the class was a little bit too challenging for them, just the fact that they participated, they're gonna get that knowledge. And when they take the class again, this is the second time they're seeing it, it makes so much easier for them to take it. And if they didn't pass, nothing goes on their transcript, so it doesn't affect them in any way. But then the student comes in September, and they have already seen it in the summer, it makes it so much easier. I had students that were getting maybe C's in the summer, and we will recommend, you need to retake this class. When they take it in the regular school year, they were the top students because they learned so much in the summer, the second time makes it so much easier.
Really quick, I'm going to interject here, okay?
Yes.
Because we do have some people that are visiting here. So just to be clear, I know, for example, we have 2 colleges that serve our entire district. Pasadena City College services Arroyo High School and Rosemead High School. At Rio Hondo College services the rest of the schools, right? Including the Mountain View School District. I know we have a representative here, board member Cindy Wu, representing the Mountain View School District. I know that superintendent has been very proactive, and I know that his 8th graders, if I'm not mistaken, is it 7th graders?
We take both.
Go to your college, or do you come down over here? You come down to his school district, right? So that's one program that Rio Hondo, one of the parts of this math academy. And again, he does it with the students that have the need for mathematics, correct? Okay, now, one of the things I've heard, and then tell me, besides the Mountain View School District, what other school districts that have middle schools, because we're not a unified school district, what other middle schools do you partner with? Name some.
We work with the Rancho School District. They have middle school and high
They're
schools.
a unified school district,
Yes.
right? So you work with their middle schools?
With both middle school and high schools.
Got it.
We
got it.
also work with Whittier City School District, and we work with East Whittier School District as well.
For 7th grade and 8th grade?
We start taking them when they finish the 6th grade, so the student comes to us in the summer between 6 and 7.
Okay, and then
So
I heard
entering
this.
7th graders.
How do you overcome this? I hear stuff like, oh, well, the high school schedule is only like this, but the Rio Hondo schedule is like this. How do you make the schedules work? I want to hear it from you guys. How do you make it work if our summer school's only X amount of days, but we're going to partner with you? How do you fix that problem?
Usually we follow schedules that are very similar, so we might have to stay there maybe an hour or 2 more, and the school has been very accommodating that they allow us to keep the class longer. To be able to have the students finish our classes, but we do have the starting date and ending date that their summer school has.
Okay, because I've not heard that. I've heard that your summer school is way longer than us, and we might have to keep you more days, but you mentioned hours.
We will have to work, every school has different hours, but we tend to work with the school that they're already offering summer school. So to them, it just means Math Academy will probably stay 2 extra hours.
Got it. And so if we're a middle school or a high school and we do want to partner with you, who pays for the books?
Well, it depends. Some schools, we might borrow the books from that they're already using and use exactly the same books. So it will be for their students. We return them. And we also have workbooks that we provide. The school districts have been paying for the workbooks. But if
Got
you're
it.
going to be using the ones from your class, it's just borrowing them and returning them at the end of the summer.
Okay, and who pays for the teacher?
we pay for it, Rio Hondo College.
How
So
do
we
you pay for that? Because I know when I go to conferences, we talk a lot about the K-14. They don't want us to talk about K-12. It should be the K-14 and partner it. Why are you so nice to us? Why are you going to pay for it?
It's part of our non-credit program, and part of our funding comes from student attendance. So we do get attendance that we're able to report, and the funding that comes from it pays for the instruction that we provide.
Okay, all right.
it
I
wouldn't
know-
cost
I-
anything in terms of
throwing-
instruction.
I'm going to throw all my questions at you when it comes up because,
Right.
you know, if I let you finish the presentation, se me va a ver la pregunta, I'm going to forget. So I'm going to throw it at you as it comes to me. And if any of my colleagues want to chime in, please do. Okay?
No, feel free to ask questions. That's how we know that you're actually paying attention. And
Oh, yeah. Trust
That's
me,
great.
I'm paying attention because math, we have an initiative here in this district. It's called Making A+ Adjustments to History. And basically, you know, it falls along diversity, equity, and inclusion. You know, we have an equity issue here in this district. There's a lot of disproportionality when we look at our math test scores. Disproportionality, and it just happens to be our two largest ethnic groups, which is Asian and Latinos. And when we've looked at this data, you know, the Asian board member here, you know, and we speak very, very calmly, openly about diversity. We don't, you know, shy away from the fact that 3 of us are Latinos, we got 1 Asian guy, and we have a white attorney. We're very comfortable about those types of stuff. And if you don't talk about it, then you can never, you know, destigmatize it, and everybody walks on eggshells if you say that. There's disproportionality, and there's a population here in this district, our Latino population, that's the test scores are unacceptable. They're test scores that for years and years and years, we continue to do what we've always done and expect different results. And you're a doctor, so you already know that that is the definition of insanity. Even those of you that have masters, just little masters like myself. But I'm not okay with continuing to do what we've always done. So the Math Academy is something we've never done. And I've always said, why not? You know, and we need to look into that because we have a population who's being disenfranchised and not being able to take those jobs in computer science that you talk about. We've also talked about, you know, what do we do with some of our cases that we've discovered when we have some 11th graders that are not taking math, you know? And it is uncomfortable, but, you know, like Brene Brown says, you have to lean into the discomfort and talk about it, because if you never talk about it, nothing's going to get done. So this board has been very intentional in asking the question of how are we going to help our students in Integrated Math 1, Integrated Math 2, and Integrated Math 3. If I could go back, which I can't, you know, many of our neighboring school districts made a really smart decision not to go into the integrated math stuff. Like, that was one of the stupidest things that our district did, but, you know, we did it and now we're stuck and we got to deal with it. But there's neighboring districts that still do the traditional algebra, you know, and geometry and algebra 2 and all that, and they're highly successful. We, unfortunately, and we deal with it and go with it, transition into the integrated math 1, integrated math 2, integrated math 3, and we're having a high failure rate. You know, and I don't mince my words. I don't care if people hear that and they don't live in my district. I could care less. I need to figure out how the hell am I going to help my kids? And if we've never done the Math Academy, and I've heard wonderful things about it from Dr. Ray Andre, you know, Miss Cindy Wu here, that's one of his bosses, and you've mentioned El Rancho, and you've mentioned Whittier City, right?
Right.
I'm definitely going to try it because we just got our CAS test scores, and this board is highly concerned, and so I'm dying to hear more. So I'm going to keep throwing questions at you. Yeah. Keep moving right along.
So we're here for that, to provide more opportunities for the students so that they're able to get engaged and take more classes. When you give a student 6 classes in a year, their attention is divided 6 different ways. But in the summer, we're going to give them just 1 math class. So their attention is going to be just for the Math Academy. So if you put a student in a class and you say you're going to learn math for 6 hours, what's going to happen? They're going to learn something. And whatever they're going to learn, it's really going to help them. So we're taking away the pressure of saying you need to pass this class. If the student passes the class, they get an A or a B, it goes on their transcript, and they master enough to say, I'm ready for the next level. If the student gets C or below, we do recommend you take it again. And guess what? Next time, magic is going to happen. Your grade's going to go up because they learned so much in the summer that they're going to remember, and they're going to say, oh, I've seen this before. The second time they see it, it makes it a lot easier. But we want to make sure it's presented to the student that way. Go ahead and give it a try. Learn everything you can. If you master, great. You go to the next level. If you don't, let's take it one more time, and you'll see how you're going to do so much better. So that helps the student, that helps the parents. So in the summer, at the high school level, when the student takes the class and they pass, they do get the 10 credits, and they're able to move on to the next level. And by doing this, they're actually able to complete 2 math levels in 1 year, one in the regular school year, one in the summer. And our goal is for them to be able to take those college classes so that when they finish high school, they already completed math. If they go into a career that doesn't require that much math, guess what? They're done with their math requirement. And they can go on and take the other classes that are needed for their career. If they go into the STEM fields, guess what? You're more prepared to start the math sequence at the college level. Because math doesn't end at calculus. There's calculus 1, calculus 2, calculus 3. There's differential equations, linear algebra. If you become a math major, there's numerical analysis, 1, 2, and it keeps going on. So we want the students to say, I can do this. I did that in high school. I can do this in college.
Okay, I'm going to put you in the hot seat. What's your passing rate from these schools, the high school students that you guys serve? What's your passing rate?
It depends on the level of class. I mean, we have some
Integrated
classes that are
Math
more
1.
challenging, but
Integrated Math 1.
the other schools are doing the traditional ones, but El Rancho does integrated math in 2, and I can tell you that more than half of the class are passing. It depends on that. Some of them we have like 90% passing rate. Some of them is like in the 60, 70, depending on their level.
I know one of the things that we deal with summer school, for example, a student takes integrated math 1, they don't do it, so then we want to go to summer school, right? One of the things that we deal with that we need to do a better job is to really reach out and make connections with the parents, because summer school will start out like hot and heavy, you know, and then attendance starts dwindling, and by the end of summer school, we end up with a very small number of kids in the class. And again, we poured all that money, hired the teacher, the textbooks, and what we get, you know, for our bank is pretty low, and we still have a high, you know, DNF rate for those kids. So that's why I ask about your passing rate.
Yeah, I don't want to take away from the presentation, but just so
Yeah.
you know, we put a tutor in each classroom so that they have an instructor teaching the class, and they also have a tutor. Tutors are students that have already completed the sequence. They're about to start college, or maybe they're already in college, and they help keep the students engaged. So if the student misses one day, they're behind, they did bad on a quiz, they get their own tutor in the class that will help them bring them up to the level. We also provide tutoring after school. So guess what? I didn't get this lesson. I didn't get how the instructor did this. They stay after school, and they have that opportunity.
Trust me, you're not taking away from the presentation, because I'm glad you're throwing that in, because we did invite our coach back here in the back, who's been working with all of our teachers, Ms. Catalina Sainz, and also our teacher on special assignment, who's somewhere in here, Mr. Sanchez, who trains all of our teachers in our district. So that little part right there is not taking away from the presentation. That is part of what I want to hear, and I want them to hear, so that we're all hearing it from the same source. And you know that game where we start with one word over there, and by the time we get over there, it's something else. We're all hearing the same thing. So I'm excited. So all right.
And we had this discussion earlier. It takes a village. So the instructor is not doing all the work. We have the parents, at the end of the week, we send a report card home saying this is how the student did. The student was here 5 days, they missed 1 day, they're missing 1 assignment, so the parents always involved, and they're part of the conversation with the instructor. So one of the recommendations could be have them stay for the after-school program. A lot of our instructors will even allow the students to redo their test. If their score was too low, stay for the after-school tutoring, I'll give you the opportunity to take the test again. Because we're not in the punishing business, we're in the let's learn together. And the instructor, the tutors, the administrators, all of us are participating and making sure the student has the support that is needed to be successful in the class. Any other questions?
No, keep
Okay.
going. I'm just going to jump in when
Not a
one of
problem.
your slides triggers something. Just go.
So at the high school level, the student does get the 10 credits. They're able to move on to the next level. Again, for the students that are not successful in STEM or passing, I don't like to say they're not successful, because they are coming out of that class with knowledge they didn't have before. They're coming in and saying, I know how to do this. I had a lot of instructors that say, I can tell when one of your students participated in the Math Academy, because they're always showing me a different way of doing things. They're like, my summer teacher showed me this. And they're really proud. They get those bragging rights. I can do it in a different way, because math has so many different ways. And that's what helps the students, being able to see different perspectives, different ways of solving the same problem. You don't all have to learn step 1, step 2. Guess what? You can do it this way. You can do this other way. And students start seeing, as long as they follow the rules, we're all going to reach the same conclusion. We're all going to get the same X value, the same answer to the problems. So it's really helpful for them to come and participate in the summer. They go back to their school. Again, if they don't pass the class, they do come with the knowledge that when they retake it, I can almost guarantee the student's going to do way better, way better. And the parents are so happy. They call us and they say the student they got a C, they didn't want to transfer the grade, they didn't want to affect their GPA, they retook the class, and now they have an A in the class, and they're coming back to you next summer because the parents see the difference, the teachers see the difference as well. So again, this is the same math sequence that I showed you earlier that seemed like this is never going to end, right? But now I'm adding the Math Academy participation. So someone at the middle school level, they're going to go up to pre-algebra. That's what's expected of the most. There's a few students that will actually get algebra or integrated math 1. But most of them will finish pre-algebra. They come in the summer to us. We give them integrated math 1. They pass. They're successful. They go to the 9th grade, and they're already doing integrated math 2. I know one of our school districts, Whittier Union, we were working with one of the schools. They were expecting to have 1 geometry class, but we had so many people participate in the summer. They ended up with so many students, we had to open a 2nd geometry class for all those 8th graders coming in because they had more people at that level than they were anticipating because they had participated in the Math Academy. So at the 9th grade, you will get them into integrated math 2. That will be their first class that they take with your district. In the summer, they get to take integrated math 3. That's summer of end of 9th grade. Guess what? By 10th grade, they're already doing pre-calculus. And that gives them 11th grade for calculus 1 or calculus ABC, and it gives them 12th grade for calculus BC. So by participating in the Math Academy, they get to complete the whole sequence. By the time they finish high school, they already have 2 classes that are college-level math courses.
So again, we're not a unified school district. We get them when they're in 9th grade. We have no power over the neighboring school districts and their 8th graders. So if my kid is already here in 9th grade, right, where do you start them?
They're gonna be doing the integrated math before they leave the high school. So by the time you get them in the 9th grade, they're either gonna be in integrated math 2 or they might be in 3, depending on what they did before that. But if you have students that are just coming to integrated 1, we'll get them that summer, 9th grade, they're already doing 2 when you get them. Like at any level that we get them, we have a class for them to take so that they can move on to the next level.
So what I'm hearing is not only can you work with our at-promise students, but you can also work with our go-ahead kids, like the kids that are further along.
Yes,
right?
with all of
Because
them.
we don't want to make this program like an ethnic program. We want to open it access to all.
Yes.
So we want to be able to help our at-promise students that are struggling in math, as well as our students that need to go further ahead.
Yes,
And you can run that summer school in conjunction. It doesn't have to be the go-ahead class of summer school or the at-promise summer school. You could do it jointly, is what you're saying? Is that what you do at a round show?
Yes,
at
it's
Monte
open
Union?
to all students. It should not be only for gifted students or selected students. Any student that takes our classes will benefit from it. And for a lot of them, once they spend the summer just doing one subject, it makes so much more sense than when they're doing 6 different subjects during the school year.
Right.
Just being able to dedicate that time to one class will make a
I'll
difference.
still ask my question again. So we can send both our at-promise students and our students that are much further along, and we can run a summer school like simultaneously.
Yes, you can.
And what I'm hearing is that for like our high schools, correct me if I'm wrong, our kids, we don't have to drive buses up to Rio Hondo College. Your teachers would come here, or you would even hire our teachers, is what I heard the last time I heard the presentation, right?
That's
So I'm
right.
going to throw the elephant in the room at you.
That's right. You just have to give us room number,
Yes.
rooms, and then we'll be able to bring an instructor, bring the tutor, bring the services at the school where the students are already
Yes, but
familiar
time out.
with.
There's something here that there's an elephant in the room, so I will just throw the elephant at you, okay? How do you deal with collective bargaining and the teachers? Because I know that you'll hire our teachers. I've also heard that you pay them more than what we pay them in summer school. I've heard that. That's an incentive to our teachers. How did you deal with the collective bargaining or that agreement at Whittier Union, which is a very similar district to ours, is that they're 9 through 12 just like us. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with El Rancho? Is that something that comes up?
I'll let the HR expert.
There you go, the elephant in the room, right?
That's a great question. So For both El Rancho and Whittier Union, we administer both their credit recovery, which is their summer school, and we do the Math Academy. So for the Math Academy, we do hire them. They're on our payroll, and as long as they qualify to be an instructor and so forth, that's how we do it. For the other summer school, we have different ways of doing it. Most of the time, they're just affiliates. They're still on your payroll, but we compensate you once you invoice us for those hours at our
What
rate.
do you mean by the other summer school? You lost me.
So, as you know, every high school district has the obligation to continue to provide students a second opportunity to retain the units that they may have be in jeopardy of not collecting and not graduating from high school. So you already have that obligation. All we're doing is, hey, why don't we do the summer school for you? We put your staff and our payroll. We collect the hours. But most importantly, what the reason we want to do it is because we're a partner. We want to be your educational partner and provide those opportunities not only to your students for success, but also for your instructors to be highly compensated or higher compensated. So we do both for Whittier and El Rancho, which are in our region.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's my part. So one of the things that Erica was mentioning earlier is we believe in providing equity in all of our classroom. We don't want your advanced and smart students only. We want them all, because the Math Academy believes that everybody has an opportunity to advance and fall in love with math. One of the things that we do is we actually hire tutors. And I'm going to talk a lot more about tutors in the next slide, but these tutors are your own students that are graduating this summer. They have an opportunity to come and actually work in the classroom and provide and give back. And I'll talk a lot more about that. So the advantage of having a tutor is to allow the instructor to continue to teach. Sometimes students don't want to interrupt the lesson, and so having a tutor available in the classroom and providing them with support and additional resource is something very valuable. The after-school tutoring is not mandated, but we do encourage all of the students to come and continue to do either their homework as a group or with the instructor for additional support. We also provide tutors. So, for example, at one of the high schools in Whittier, we have over 50 to 100 students in the tutor session every day after school. And so what we do is we provide multiple tutors, because sometimes they don't all fit in one classroom. So we have an instructor, and we have multiple tutors, and they come and they help other students in there as well. We hire and train knowledgeable instructors. We do provide a lot of support to the instructors. We just don't hire them and say, hey, have a good time, and let us know if you have any issues. So they do attend mandatory training. We do have a coordinator who supports the Math Academy and goes and visits the classroom every single week, make sure that's teaching and learning in the classroom, make sure that the students are having a good time and actually learning. One of our coordinators has been a Teacher of the Year in the state of California. He actually started the Math Academy about 30 years ago, and he's got a lot of knowledge, and so he is a very valuable resource to us, and he will be to your instructors as well. We make sure that we promote a positive learning environment, and then we also train your counselors in terms of the Math Academy. We believe your counselors are a lot of the times the gatekeepers, people who can actually support your students, who can recommend students to us, who can tell the students, hey, you know what, you may benefit from the Math Academy because you either are doing excellent or because you're not doing so well. So we do train all of your counselors, and we do tell them what the Math Academy is and how they can actually be a support to us as well. What we do in terms of the tutors, we will provide a big poster, many in all your high schools, and we say, hey, come and work for the Math Academy. We pay them $19 an hour. The qualification is that they have to actually be graduates from high school and on their way to college. We look at the transcripts, we will make sure that they actually understand and know math. Most of your students will be going to UCLA, USC, and so many other wonderful colleges. And so we want to hire them. We want to make sure that they actually support your former students. We have mandatory training for your tutors. Here's some tutors from last summer. And here is one of the math tutor guidebooks that we do in the mandatory training. As you can see, we tell them what their responsibility is. We want to make sure that they actually fall in love with teaching. We hope that when they graduate from college, they too would love to teach and come back and work for either back to your community or to Rio Hondo. But these are your students who are actually going to provide the support in the classrooms. We want to provide the classes at all of your high schools, depending on the interest. We can do some classes integrated 2, 3, or even the pre-calculus. We provide flyers, both in Spanish and English. The flyer is actually sent out to the homes or sent out via text or email, whatever your resource is. And then what happens is Dr. Leon and I actually come and do presentations, as many as needed, to educate and inform the community in terms of the benefits of the Math Academy. We do them in Spanish, we do them in English, we do them on Zoom, we come to the classrooms, we come and attend Freshman Day events, whatever it takes, community events, and we do the resources, and we actually do the
Talk a
enrollment.
little bit about, Dr. Leon said there's a progress report or some report card, and you said you connect with the parents at the end of the week. How does that happen? How do you connect? What if I have Vietnamese, Chinese, Spanish? How does that happen?
So we have an evaluation based on the end of the week. The instructor writes what the student is currently obtaining in terms of a grade. So for example, if a student got a B on that week based on their homework or based on the quiz, as Dr. Erica mentioned earlier, some teachers allow students to redo the test based on after school during the tutoring session.
Got it, but how do you communicate with the parent? Do you send a paper?
So we send a paper and the parent signs it back.
Got it.
Yeah, and it gives an opportunity to the student as well to see how well they're doing in the classroom. Earlier you mentioned about the time period. So I do want to state that in the middle schools, the students are actually taking the class for academic enrichment. For example, at Mountain View, we worked with a smaller schedule because we want to accommodate them. And so because they're not obtaining in high school units or for credit, basically we work with them and we provide them the same resources. We also provide the after-school tutor. We provide the tutor in the classroom, because even though it's only for credit enrichment, they too have the opportunity to learn math, because that's what we want them. We want them to come, do the middle school, and then transition to the high school. And so in the other districts, that's what's happening. We get them at the middle school, and they love the Math Academy, and they continue to come while they're in high school. So here is a proposed summer school schedule. Because it is a high school, and because it is 10 units, it is 144 hours of lecture. So you may think it's a lot of hours. Yes, it is. But that's what they do in a regular school year anyways. So we are proposing that it's a Monday through Friday from 8 to 2. There's some nutrition involved in there. And of course, tutoring is strongly encouraged. 5 days a week. When we do orientations and we communicate with the parents, we do tell them that you cannot miss 3 days or more. Because of these 5 or 6 hours of lecture on a daily basis, students will fall behind. However, there are students, because they may have COVID or they had a family emergency, we work with the families. But we strongly recommend that if you miss more than 3, if you miss a week, they fall behind.
So how do you handle poor attendance? For example, do you guys reach out? Does the high school reach out? Does anybody call?
Our coordinator calls the parent on a daily basis. Hey, where's your kid? You're supposed to be here.
So I have a question. Just I saw that earlier when I was flipping through it. It is a long day, But you've been doing this with a few other districts. What is attrition look like in the other districts?
Nutrition looks like whatever you have nutrition.
Attrition.
Oh, attrition, I'm sorry. There are students that they do the first semester because you're taking part A and part B. I would say we lose about 15, 20%, but the rest of them actually continue and succeed to do both part A and part B of their school year.
About 80%, regardless of what
Yeah.
grade they get, they complete it.
Correct.
In terms of best practices, what are some things you've learned about that? For example, what is something that you've learned about attendance that has worked and hasn't worked? You know, like, oh, we really learned this mistake from, you know, this district or that district.
Communication with the parent. You know, some of the students love the Math Academy and are there because they
Wow,
want to.
what a concept.
Yeah,
huh?
right?
Huh? What a
But
concept.
some parents actually force their students to be there, and we recognize that because, you know, when we're doing enrollment, the parents like, sí, vas a ir, you know?
Vas a ir.
And so forth. And so sometimes the students, the parents don't
Let
bring
me
the
back
student
up antes de que se me olvide, before I forget. You know, one of the things, you know, for the population, and I'm going to be blunt, okay? Those kids that want the go-ahead classes, they're going to be just fine, whether you do it with you or whether they do it with us. And I think we do a really good job even with us, you know? So for the at-promise students, right, how do we, did you do any like educating the parents, like, hey, the reason you did it, or the school district, like, hey, look, this is something new. You know, traditionally, we've struggled in mathematics, but now we have this great opportunity for your child from 8 to 2. We're going to try to get them caught up. There's going to be so much support. Do you do any like pre-planning, pre-conditioning, I'm an English language learner. What's the word, guys?
ELL,
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm an EL. Yeah, no, but what's the word to what I'm trying to say? Like, what is it? Like an orientation to let the parents know of the importance of what we're doing here. I don't want it to just be one more summer school, y no vienen, and they don't come. You know what I mean? Because I'll tell you something that we've done. We've spent thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on math tutoring after school. That is a waste of money. No vienen. They don't come. They leave. All the principals can attest to that. I know that. That doesn't work. So, you know, creative ways has been to embed some of that intervention during the day while we still have them during the day. That's the most effective. I know I've seen it at award-winning Arroyo High School, you know, with their Shields Up program and embedding it, right? So, yeah. So there is an orientation for the parents.
So the same thing we're doing here today and sharing what the Math Academy does for the students is what we do for the parents.
Okay.
And we do it in English, we do it in Spanish, and we do a presentation and we show them the benefit of the Math Academy. Right. And so we basically do a presentation and orientation tailored to the parent and to the students. So
I'm going to throw it at you, okay? This is the working class community. Todo mundo goes to work because the rent is like 2 Gs, okay? So they both work. Do you do a PM?
They're all mostly are PM, mostly PM. Okay. And we know that it is a working parent.
I just say that I'm keeping it real with Rio Hondo College.
And
okay?
I appreciate it because you know what?
I don't want you to have a morning meeting and you're like, oh, nadie vino, nobody came. They're not interested in El Monte about math.
But what we have learned is that every single parent wants the best for their child. And so when you send out a flyer to the community and said, this is the Math Academy, look what your student can benefit from. The parents do show up, and that's the wonderful thing about it. Like I said, some of them bring and drag their kids along, and that's okay too. But what we do is we basically talk to them about the benefits. The tutoring after school actually has been very beneficial. Not everybody comes, and that's okay. But it's there as an extra support because the teacher does provide the homework. And when they go home and they say, oh my God, you know, I don't know how to do this. I don't remember the lesson. That's why we strongly encourage the tutoring.
I say that because, you know, we're primarily Latino, like, you know, and Asian. And sometimes I hear comments that rub me the wrong way. Comments like, oh, Latino kids don't care about math. They don't care about education. We just had a humongous conference up at, what's the hotel up there in the City of Industry? And it was a packed house. it is a fallacy. Anybody who says that Latino kids and Latino parents don't care about math, or our Asian parents, there's stereotypes like, oh, Asians are good at math and Latinos are not good at math. Those are things that I hear all the time that I like to take on, because if you don't take them on, they just continue to be, and everybody believes them, right? So I'm glad to hear that you guys have tailored these orientations to meet the needs of the working class, Latino and Asian districts like ours. We are one of those districts that people refer to us as one of those districts. And I'm okay being one of those districts because, we want to work with partners like you and with Pasadena City College. For a long time, Pasadena City College would come with Muscatel, the Rosemead School District. We have 2 trustees from Rosemead. They would teach math. It wouldn't compete with anything that we were doing. It was like the classes that they were offered. And if I'm not mistaken, their classes were like go-ahead classes, Board Member Peña and Quintanilla, right? And so I could see that both work, the At Promise and the go-ahead classes. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, Dr. Leon and I are Latinas, and we are bilingual, and we're women. So that alone demonstrates that Rio Hondo is actually a very diverse district. We serve predominantly Hispanic and minorities. And so we basically, as 2 women, actually are in front promoting the Math Academy. And that speaks volumes as well.
Yeah, and I've heard that from Catalina Sainz. One of the things with our math consultant is she has gone around to the different high schools, and she's had workshops for parents, and our parents are hungry to make goals for their children on mathematics. And you bring them along for the ride, and they will come. Build it and they will come.
They will.
And when I hear you say that, it's just exactly what the outside consultant, and I tell the outside consultant, we pay you a lot of money, so we better be learning something from you. And she agrees, right, Miss Catalina Sainz? So awesome.
And that's exactly what we do, because every parent wants the best for their child, and the parents will come.
Even Latino parents?
Absolutely.
With parents, and all the parents were there, so that proves to you
Get close to the mic because we're on video, and they're going to call me and text me. They're like, we can't hear that lady.
that picture is for an orientation that we did for a middle school, and you can see all the parents in there. They do care for their kids, but they want to be presented with the big picture. How is this going to help my child? How is this going to do something? So parents have a lot of questions. If you're there to answer them, they feel more invested, and they trust you with their kids' education. Also, I want to make sure that you realize the impact of having the tutors in the classroom, because the students are going to see someone that looks like them, someone that went to the same school, and they're now ready to go to college. That's a big impact on the student. Recently, 9th grader coming in here talking to a tutor that says, hey, I'm about to go to UCLA, and I did this, and this is how it helped me. That's a huge impact, because they can see, because sometimes they don't relate to the instructor, but the tutor is someone that has done the same classes, came from the same community, and that makes them believe in themselves.
That reminds me of like the Jaime Escalante program. Remember when in that movie where those kids, they were Latino kids at Garfield High School, and they passed high-level math, and they thought they were cheaters. They thought like, what? All these Latino kids doing math? Oh, how can that happen?
Well, the person who started the Math Academy at Whittier actually is a mentee of Escalante. So they started math academies at the same time. So we just took over that academy.
I didn't know that.
Same thing, we supersized it. We made it better.
Nice.
And we bring it to you in the community.
Really quick,
Yes,
the
sir.
counselors, you said train our counselors. Do they get paid? Because, no one does anything for free. Do they get paid or not?
They're on your payroll, but we come to you and we do the orientation for them and we educate them.
Yeah, but that didn't answer my question. Do
No,
they
we
get
don't
paid or
pay
not?
your counselors, no.
Okay, I just need to that because I know they're watching, so just throw it out there.
No, but they're on your payroll and we come and we provide an orientation and we
Absolutely,
explain
we
to
could
them.
definitely work something with that, yeah.
Okay, so very simple to register. Every student will have to fill out a CCC application. It's mandatory based on the state chancellor's office. Every student who does dual enrollment does it anyways. Then they provide a form. The student signs it, the parent signs it. And the reason we have that is because they need to understand that there's behavioral standards that they need to uphold, and of course, our attendance policy. If they are returning Rio Hondo students, all they have to do is basically submit the form. Once it's completed with proper signatures, we actually send people to the high schools to collect the forms. Then we basically put them in our enrollment, and Dr. Leon sends a personal email to every parent or the student, whoever email is on the application, says, hey, congratulations, you're welcome to the Math Academy. You start class on such and such date, and this person is going to be your instructor.
So the 10 credits that they get, those are a dual enrollment. They get it for college and for high school,
No,
or just high school?
No, they're high school credit. These courses, they're considered non-credit, and the reason they're called
Right,
non-credit.
but you said dual enrollment, so you threw me off.
Well, I'm sorry. It's the same application process as someone who is going to do a dual enrollment.
Got it. And we have dual enrollment with Rio Hondo
That is
College
correct, you do.
at South El Monte High School. You just threw me off on that part. Got it. So
Okay.
it's 10, they get 10 credits for taking that summer school program from 8 to 2, Monday through Friday, for how many days?
5 days a week.
But
unless you
total
want
is how many? 24 days?
Right.
Okay.
Unless you want the class Monday through Thursday, but we try to coordinate it based on your summer school.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we have several schools have like a block schedule here, where they only have, math every other day. That's a mess, because if you're on a block schedule and then a kid is out for COVID or they get sick, they got math like one time per day, which is pathetic. But, don't get me going because, Monday through Friday sounds beautiful.
It's Monday through
higher
Friday
rate
because
for
that's how you're
success.
running your summer school. That's when you have administrators, custodians, security, and so forth.
Yeah.
I have a question regarding, the CCAP agreement. Do we need a CCAP agreement with Rio Hondo? Because I know, in Rosemead, they have in Rosemead Elementary, mostly Pasadena take over it. Can you help the Rosemead Elementary School District, or they had to live in certain geographic area?
So CCAP agreements are for credit courses only. We don't need a CCAP agreement, but we do need an educational memorandum of understanding, which is hopefully on your January board agenda, partnering up with Rio Hondo for the Math Academy and your summer school. Rosemead Elementary, we cannot serve unless we have permission from PCC. We'd love to if they wanted us, but we have to stay within our own jurisdiction.
Yeah.
And you fall in our jurisdiction.
PCC would say, stop trying to steal our kids, okay? Like everybody, right, Board Member Peña?
Dr. Zuniga, I remember a couple Friday memo ago, we have a bill of the state that eliminate the jurisdiction. That's true? Is it effective now or wait until the next year?
It does start till, I believe, January 1st, 2025, or July, if I'm not mistaken, one of them. But it does allow a process to take place. So the first thing is to reach out to your community, college community, and let them know what your interest is, provide them the opportunity to respond to you. If that does not occur, then within 5 or 6 months, and you could have something in writing that now they would be able to get another opportunity to go to another community college. But there is a process.
Oh, I'm interested in that because Adam's going to light a little fire behind PCC to get this program going on that part of town. So I like that.
I did invite Dr. Ryan Liu and also Tamara Silver, but she on the way here probably she cannot make it. But I want her to be here also. But the day before, I had an appointment, conversation with Dr. Laura Ramirez. But at the last minute, she has emergencies. We didn't go through it. But eventually, I will introduce the board president John Cantinella and board member Veronica Peña to her or to some person that responsible for your area. Then you can, when you have a new superintendent come in, let it start it. Set the direction for your superintendent where to go, because we need to work together as a unit from elementary, high school, and community college. without one of the partner, we cannot do it. That's why I invited you here. I invited Miss Cindy Wu here, so we can be here under one roof, so we can listen to what they can offer. And for you, Miss Cindy Wu, thank you very much, because I know I like Dr. Ray Andre, because he very, very passionate about helping his student, very caring, and he's the one that's superintendent that I admire him. And I never known him before, but until I get in contact with him, and he do whatever he can. He already sent his kid to Rio Hondo already, and the other school district, Valle Lindo too. They sent for non-credit last summer. I wish it could start it earlier. Yeah, it could start earlier than later, because that's I cannot wait, because my patient is running thin. I keep watching these results for last 2 years, and I'm get sick of it. As a board member, as a board member, I did a lot of site visits with you and with Mr. Veronica, and recently I walked to South El Monte High School, and I saw the teacher is graceful enough to show me all the grade book, the grade book in his classroom, and I saw a lot of kids fail, and I say, what the most challenging problem you have in the classroom is the student lack of fundamental math skill. And that's what I came to you for help. And you graceful enough to say you come to me. I say, I need your help. That's I came to your place first, just to break the ice and get to know you.
And we're all very passionate about mathematics and stuff. We just don't want to continue to do what we've always done. We want to do something different. And, in education, we always throw we make data-driven decisions. Well, to me, it's like, why the hell haven't we done something else if we've had the data for so many years? And it says the same thing, but we continue to do the same thing and think we're going to get a different result, okay? And, Rio Hondo is my alma mater, and this is the first time that we've met, and I'm not your traditional board member. I say things that make people feel uncomfortable, and it's okay. Sometimes you need to lean into that discomfort in order to answer and be clear to your why. My why and the why of this entire board is very clearly defined. Everything that we're doing here is to help English language learners, students on free and reduced lunch, foster youth and homeless, and then the rest of our population. But if you don't talk about those things like in a public meeting and you try to hide it or try to pretend like it doesn't exist, then the problem's never going to get better. You have to talk about it. And so we're all very passionate about this. And again, our why is our kids. We sit here, they don't need a Mr. Padilla if we're not doing things for them. Our kids are our number one customer. I take a lot of heat for that, and I will double down till my last day on this dais. They are the number one customer. Without kids, you have no schools. Schools, we did it in COVID. They didn't come. They're just buildings. Kids are our number one customer. Parents are our number one customer, in that order, and then everybody else comes after. So we have to do what is best for kids. So even if it gets uncomfortable, and when you don't know this, but just to tell you a quick history, our district did not have a common assessment for mathematics. Pathetic. We finally got on board. We made that decision. You would have thought I did something really drastic and mean to people. I had this big target on my back just because we wanted to have one common assessment. We've lived through that. It's been wonderful. We're now looking at data where we compare apples to apples. And then now I can truly say, yes, that little saying that we always say in education of data-driven decisions, that I'm looking at the same assessment. Before, I would look at 5 different assessments, and as a board member, trying to, make decisions was ridiculous. But now, you got to take one subject at a time. We decided to, make some A+ adjustments to math, and that's how we came to you guys and stuff. And yes, math has been a problem or a concern we've had, and it's taken a long time to make it a mess, and I know that it's going to take a long time to fix it. But we have to start somewhere. It's never the right time. So my thing or my urgency is this year's graduating class will be gone pretty soon in June. So my patience is also running out, like board member Kui Win, that let's start it. I don't care if it's not the perfect program. I don't care if it's the final draft. Let's do it. And along the way, if we fall flat on our face, hey, we're trying. We're going to try it. And I know we're not going to fall flat on your face because you're very good experts. You've already tried it. You know, if you came here and say, well, you're the first district and we're going to try it out, I'd be like, no, go try it somewhere else. Okay, if it works, then come back. You've tried it somewhere else, and now I'm interested. I know Ms. Lomeli's laughing at me, but, you know, that's how I roll. I tell it like it is, and hopefully you don't get offended. You know, I'm just unapologetic about advocating for kids that have been disenfranchised for so many years, and we have got to do something different, period.
Well, we recognize there's a need, especially in math, and especially after pandemic. Dr. Leon is a mathematician and a math instructor herself. And so we recognize there's a great need, and that's why we want to partner with our community to uplift the community.
And I know it's a problem in the entire state, but my superintendent, I love my superintendent. We have, you know, awesome conversations where we don't always agree. And I have a lot of respect for him. He's Dr. Zuniga. I'm like, hey, but I have a master's, but I have little brains too, you know, like I'm not always going to agree with you. And we laugh about it, and he gets to hear my perspective and other board members' perspective. But I remember once Dr. Zuniga said, Mr. Padilla, with all due respect, you know, math is a problem all across the state of California. I'm like, well, with all due respect, I have no power over the state of California. I only have power over El Monte Union High School District. So let's figure out what we're going to do with El Monte Union High School District. Remember we had that conversation? And, you know, it was uncomfortable for him. But over the years, we've developed an amazing relationship where we could be candid with each other and be straight out and blunt. And only then, when you have those true discussions of compelling conversations, can you really get to the heart of the problem and the matter and how are we going to attack it. Because even on this board, we don't always agree. Everybody knows, me and Mr. Briones, we are always fighting with each other, right? But one thing we can say is that we agree on helping kids in this district. That part, we never go wrong. Mr. Salcido here, there used to be so much drama on this board. You know, you want to find drama, come to El Monte, the city council or the school district. But we agree on this dais that we want to do good things for kids. And on that part, we all kick butt, everybody, from the assistant soup of business services, new guy, from the assistant soup, assistant soup of educational services. You know, she's a math expert also. She's a math expert, and it's going to take a whole lot of math experts. You know, I love Dr. Rivas and her leadership and the respect that she's garnered with the neighboring school districts and what she does. And, you know, the more the merrier, the more experts, the most you know, you surround yourself by people that are smarter than yourself or than us. So the more I hear you're answering all those little detailed questions that, you know, somebody might be thinking in the audience, but they're like, I don't leave it thinking, I throw it at you. You know what I mean? So hopefully you didn't feel attacked, Dr. Leon. I just want everybody to
no,
hear
she's a tough cookie.
that we didn't make
She
this
works with me.
arrangement behind the scenes or something. We're having a nice and juicy conversation, and we're being vulnerable. Like Brene Brown says, you know, you got to put the vulnerability out there or you will never grow. And I'm okay with feeling vulnerable. Like I'm a human being like everybody who's sitting here. I don't have special powers as president, or like I don't live in this little perfect bubble. Like I have problems like everybody else, and I'm okay if the neighboring school districts know, you know, like I could care less about the neighboring school districts. I care about my kids right here, and what am I going to do? Because I can't control them. So.
Well, you're a very passionate person, and so are we. And
Good.
we understand that it takes a village, and we want to be your educational partner to uplift our the community, because you are part of Rio Hondo, and want to make sure that we actually provide as many services and supports to uplift all of the community.
Yeah. Really quick, another person just came in from the Pasadena City College, the Honorable Ms. Tammy Silver. If you can give her a round of applause, if you can please stand. Thank you so much for being here. I know we said the presentation was a little longer, but Mr. Padilla moved it, so I apologize to you. But I'm so impressed with all of this, all these elected officials that are here. I just want our community to know, like, we are not messing around. We are going to take math on. You know, we have decided we will die on that hill. So keep it going.
All right, so here's a copy of the petition. Very simple. We have it in both Spanish, English. Unfortunately, we don't speak any other language, but we can basically do integrated math 1, 2, 3. We collect the forms from the school, then we take it back to Rio Hondo and enroll the students. So once again, the program is absolutely free to the community, to all of the students. We notify that to the students, to the parents, to everyone. The only thing that, if there is any cost, is the Math Academy books that we created. In these books, we don't have it in integrated math. That would not be a problem, because if you said, yeah, Yolanda, we want to do this. So these books basically follow the Escalante trajectory, so that we basically can make sure that the students are learning. The workbooks are, the students get to keep. We originally designed them as a cost to the parent. However, all of the school districts that we work with actually pay for them, and that's a blessing as well. Whittier Union allows any other student, even the parochial students, to come and participate in the Math Academy, and actually pays for the book as well. So if you wanted the Math Academy integrated math books, that's something that we can do. Once again, here's a flyer, and we do communicate with the parents.
Really quick,
Everything is
one
fine.
more elephant in the room. I'm going to
Yes,
throw
sir.
it at you, okay?
Mhm.
So you've done your whole dog and pony show. You've answered all our questions. You've done everything. You've answered every question that we have. How long? We're in November, okay? The summer starts when? Like June? Your summer school starts around?
13.
Okay. How long does it take to make this happen? And we still have to decide whether we're going to go, like, how big are we going to go, or how small, or how medium? How long does it take to get this?
It doesn't take very long, because we're already doing it for the other school districts. So we put advertisement, we hire people. It takes a month to maybe less to process them.
Well, there are not
And
a whole
then
lot of days in November,
That's
because
right.
Thanksgiving happens in November, and then there's only 2 weeks in December,
We
and then
s-
there's Christmas, and so, like, that's not a whole lot of time.
No, but we start doing the parent orientations as early as you want them, because we want students to register as soon as possible. This will give us an idea of how many classes and what the desire is, if we have a strong demand.
Got it. It doesn't take
for-
very long. So
Right.
here's another question. Do you work with staff at the sites? And if so, from past practices, what is the best practice? Do you work with we have a teacher on special assignment for the entire school district who works very closely with our consultant, Ms. Catalina Sainz. Who do you traditionally work with? Like when you started it at Whittier Union, which is a very similar district to us, we model a lot of the stuff that we do. El Rancho, a little different, or Unified School District, but who's usually your contact? The assistant soup of educational services, the director of curriculum and instruction. Who do you work to make this all happen?
We work with whomever you tell us to work with. For example, you have Alex Sanchez. He is a special teacher on assignment.
Right.
El Rancho does the same thing. They have a special person, and this individual helps, because we also run intervention courses and accelerated courses for them for all of their middle school. Not part of the Math Academy, but we do that as well. And then
Really quick, sorry to interrupt. I'm going to keep interrupting because I don't want it. I'm 52 and se me va. It leaves me. Do you do a survey to determine, like, oh, these are the go-ahead classes that this district wants, or do you have like a canned program?
So, like I said, it depends. For Whittier Union, there is a curriculum director, someone like Kurt, and that is the individual I work with. And then he designates a special curriculum, they call him assistant principal of curriculum at every of the high schools, and I work directly with them for both credit recovery and the Math Academy. So
Got
we
it.
work with multiple people. You tell me who to work with, and that's what we do.
Excellent. Questions? Board member, Mr. Briones, any questions or comments?
No questions. Thank you for your presentation.
All right, board member Carlos Salcedo.
Comment that I appreciate
Thank you. Yeah, we
Thank you,
work-
board member Carlos Salcedo. Board member Mr. Qui Win.
Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. You know, that's why, I bring all the feeder school trustees come over here so you can learn about your math academy, even though it doesn't apply to Rosemead School District. However, Ms. Tammy Silver over here have resource, and she can steer you in the right direction. So after this meeting, you can connect with her, and she can give you all information how to start. I want your school district to start summer school with PCC as soon as possible, because we want better kids to come to Rosemead High School. So connect with her, and that's why my purpose is inviting her over here, so you can connect it. And math is so important because just recently, Mr. Tim Hansen from Sheet Metal called me up and say thank us for doing math initiative, because he in charge of training intern to pass the basic math test, and he have a lot of problem. And the internship pay about $25 an hour, and you can make six-digit figure when you graduate. But that's the biggest hurdle. Like I say, got your presentation over here. Math is the hurdle that to have a career or go to college or go to STEM or even health care. So that's very important. That's why we just want all. And the thing, I volunteered 6-7 years in elementary school district. So I know the inequity started from there. And people just ignoring it and neglecting it. So that's why it gets snowballing, and when it come to us, and we pay the price for it. And that's why I bring everybody here, except one school district is not here, is El Monte City School District. So, so that's why I bring them here, so they can listen to your presentation. There are resources out there. We need to work together as partner, so we can achieve the same goal. I don't blame our teacher, because whatever they get, they do the best they can. You give them lemon, they make lemonade. You give them, or lemon pie. What else can they make? So we make sure that they have better ingredient than lemon. That's all I can say.
Yes, Board Member Tammy Silver, I know you didn't hear this part, but Rio Hondo College was very gracious and said, no, we can't go and take Rosemead High School students or Royal High School students because they belong to PCC. But then Mr. Quee said that there's a new bill, and maybe you can get your staff to work on this, because our superintendent's I was gonna ask him, Dr. Zuniga, if you could talk about that in our Friday schedule, that I guess the lines are gonna be undrawn where kids can go wherever they want. So if you could look into that in your district. Again, we want to be respectful, but we also want to for you guys to get your staff to connect with our staff of how do we get this going, because again, we already offer early college academy at South El Monte High School with Rio Hondo College, but with your college, we don't really have anything. Also, if there's a math academy that you guys offer, if we could get that going, because otherwise Rio Hondo College is going to take your students. I'm just telling you, okay? Awesome. Great. See, so we're friends already. So we're starting off on the right track. See, we're already uniting as a country. I love it, All right. Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Segres, any questions that you have?
Well, I really enjoy your presentation. I really would love to have this with our students, especially with the students from this side. That we have Mountain View and El Monte High School. But the part that I think you would have a lot of success is if you work with the parents first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to try to gain the parents and let them know the importance of math. I love the idea that the students should have had 4 years of math in high school, because I studied that way. Of course, it was in Mexico City, and then demanded a lot. And that's one of the things that we had to start doing with our students. Math is very dry, but if we have a way of making them feel comfortable, that they are understanding and they have the support of their parents. And I don't know, you have to work with the parents. You have to start having some kind of psychology for guiding the parents to get the children and get into the program. It would be a good success because it's a good program. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Another question that I had. Se me va, it leaves me, I'm sorry. It left me. Okay, well, thank you so much for making time. I know Board Member Rosalba Lomelí had to leave, but she did text me. Thank you to your entire board. Thank you to your president also, Ms. Marilyn Flores. And if you could do us a favor, we have a...
Mr. Padilla?
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. I apologize. We have a student trustee here, Ms. Andrea Pablo, and she's an equal to us. And thank you. I apologize, Ms. Pablo.
No, it's
Questions,
fine.
Ms.
Sorry.
Pablo? I'm so sorry.
Well, first of all, thank you, both PCC and Rio Hondo College, for offering the services that you do for the kids here in the district. Today, I just want to bring up a few issues, not regarding this. I think this is a wonderful opportunity, but it's more regarding the students in the South Del Monte ECA program and recent concerns that have been brought up to me. And I know that the board member just left, but I'd like to address them with you. Throughout your presentation, I also took notes. Some being that the mission for Rio Hondo Academy is to provide supportive, equitable, and engaging environments, and for students in middle school and high school to be prepared for college-level courses such as AP Calculus and AP Statistics, correct? When these, I know that the ECA program that my school provides is different from this academy, but in regards to that, you also said that with your teachers that you either hire high school teachers that you guys train, correct?
They could be our own teachers, or they can be part of El Monte already who want to participate and work for the Math Academy.
And you mentioned that the training or interviewing process is very rigorous, correct?
It is, because they have to do a lesson plan also and teach. So we want to make sure that they actually not only know math, but that they can teach it.
Okay, in regards to that, knowing how to teach, is not conduct, but the way they approach students and confront them, is that part of the process? Okay, communicate. So your professors are aware that the students they are coming to teach are minors, correct? And it is a different understanding between college level students and high school students. Okay, and that there has been many occasions in my school where students have not been felt that they have been treated with respect, and that teachers are not accommodating the proper canvases or workload for the students, right? So there is instances like canvases not being set up. And I bring this up because I did some more research into this, and I communicated with students at Mountain View High School and El Monte High School who have also taken classes not through an ECA program, but after school with both their school and Rio Hondo. And they've never had a problem where a professor does not set up a Canvas account. And I thought it was funny that at South there has been issues like that. And if there were, a Google Classroom was set up, right? So I think my concern here is with I have no doubt in my mind that they have the qualifications to be a professor and to teach these subject matters. My only concern is that at times there isn't a boundary between the way there isn't a boundary, or it seems that there isn't don't understand the way to communicate with a student, right? Or address a student. When there's a problem at hand, you don't go insulting them, right? One, they're minor. Two, it affects them in the long term. You know, it discourages them, like, maybe this college class isn't for me. Maybe college isn't for me. If this is how I'm being treated here at my own high school, what will happen if later in life, like at college, a university? So I think that's all I have to say. Just an issue that was brought up. I could talk to you more about this. I have a business card. I'll take your information. I'll gladly go to a board meeting as well. Just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Well, that's definitely an issue, and we don't, we condemned any kind of confrontation between an instructor and a student. That's not what we want to portray, especially if it's a high school student who this is probably their first college course. And if a student ever has any kind of issue, then they have the right to bring it up. They have rights. And so typically they would go through the proper channels and communicate. If they can't speak to the instructor, they can always call a dean and have that addressed. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I heard about this, you know, she's our trustee is part of what we call the Student Advisory Committee. And it's a group where we get a freshman, a sophomore, junior, senior from each of the comprehensive high schools. And as you can see, they don't mince their words either. And I love that, okay? You have to lean into the discomfort. Does Rio Hondo do an amazing job? Yes. Might you have a bad apple or, you know, somebody that was inappropriate? Yes. But one of the things that we do teach our students is you need to tell us about it, because if I'm the board member and I barely heard about it, you know, we have to teach our students, like, hey, start with your principal. The principal doesn't listen, then bring it up to the superintendent. As a board member, it was the first time that I've heard it, so I was very curious. So I love what she does. She goes and does her own research, and so I think maybe what we're saying here is, like, when you do your training, make sure that you address that issue, that these are high school students that you're dealing with. They're not college students. And in the past, we've had a trustee student say that those interactions, you need to be careful about what comes out of your mouth. You are a model. You are, you know, the teacher. Like, you need to conduct yourself in a certain way. And then if you don't, then you do what you all have to do and do your evaluation process of it. But I want to applaud my student for speaking up. She's not only speaking for herself, but she's representing, you know, close to 7,000 students in this district. So, Board Member Pablo, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I don't mean it to come off offensive.
No, you're
I know
not.
You guys have great
it's an issue
professors.
and you're advocating, and I, you know, sometimes as Trustee Padilla said, sometimes there's a bad apple and it needs to be addressed.
Yeah, because I mean, I've taken not through the ACA program, but on my own time, dual enrollment classes, doing counseling 101, political science, speech, courses like that, and I've never had a bad encounter with my professors. They've always been very respectful, very accommodating, even though, like, it's not through a high school, but at that, like, independently, right? So.
Right.
Kudos to you guys for all the work you do. It was just that one bad.
Absolutely. You know, big round of applause to expanding community partnership with Rio Hondo Math Academy. You know, and again, I want you to leave here knowing that we want to partner with you. You know, we're all about 21st century skills with the collaboration, the communication, the creativity, the critical thinking skills. This meets all of that. And just like you sat here and you heard some parents that were not happy with us, I don't care if you heard that. Like, we're not a perfect district. It's like the La Familia tiene problemas. We got some problems, and what are we going to do about it? Like, you know, so please don't leave here thinking we're a normal district that has problems. That, you know, we don't hide them. I don't care if people know. Like, let them know. I don't care. There's no perfect family. There's no perfect district. There's no perfect person. Todos tenemos algo. Okay, yeah. So I applaud you, and you guys being my alma mater. I'm proud to say that I am president of the Board of Education. And for me, as an immigrant, first-time college student on free and reduced lunch, you know, low socioeconomic status. My mom was a stay-home wife. I wasn't even born here. I still can't speak English. You know, I think Rio Hondo prepared me really well. You know, and by the way, my favorite teacher, my all-time favorite teacher is from Rio Hondo College, you know, Marta Carreon.
Oh,
know
I had
she's
her when I was
retired.
17.
I love Marta Carreon. I went to bachelor's, master's, and a bunch of
She's a wonderful
credentials,
person.
but Marta Carreon holds a special place in my heart. And El Paisano, you know, the Scoop newspaper, and I love it. Thank you for making time, and you have the final word.
Thank you. In conclusion, I want to thank you for your partnership. We do have a memorandum of understanding for the January board meeting for both the Credit Recovery and the Math Academy. As soon as you give us the go and you approve that, because our board will ratify that agreement in the December board meeting, we will hit the road, the ground running, and we will start working and promoting and advocating for all of your schools, all 5 of them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and please say hello to the rest of the board and Mr. Valladares, Oscar Valladares.
I will.
Good night,
Thank you.
ladies. Thank you so
everyone.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to go back up to item 10. I skipped that. So I shouldn't have. I apologize. Communication from union representatives of EMUEA. Do we have any representatives from the collective bargaining, EMUE, El Monte Union Educators Association? Nope. Do I have anybody here from CSCA? All right. Then at this time, we will go to item C1, public hearing notice, naming of multi-purpose building and gymnasium at Fernando R. Ledesma High School. Mr. Freddie Arteaga or Dr. Zuniga?
Yes, thank you, Board President Padilla. And again, good evening, everyone. I know that we just concluded.
Can you turn on your mic, please?
It is on.
It is
Yeah.
on?
Test one. Test.
Must be nearing a hearing aid or something, because
You guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. All right, so what we're going to do at this time is conduct a public hearing. And this public hearing was initiated by a board interest in renaming the Fernando R. Ledesma High School multi-purpose room and gymnasium to a former board member who passed away, but contributed many years of service to the El Monte Union High School District as a governing board trustee for our district and a longtime resident whose children also went to Mount View High School, and spouse still resides in the community as well. And during the September 4th board meeting, there was direction by the Board of Trustees to allow me to begin the process in having conversation with not only the principal, but also engaging the principal's staff at Fernando R. Ledesma High School about what ideas would come forward based on this direction with the naming of the facility. In other words, what would the interest be to name this facility, and also what would the name entail? So I'd like to introduce our principal from Fernando R. Ledesma High School, Mr. Arteaga. Freddie, if you're there. And also thank him for allowing me to provide this process alongside with him, but he did most of the legwork at school with getting some input, comments from others on staff that are leaders too, that is as well as important to them too at their home at Fernando R. Ledesma High School. Good evening, Mr. Arteaga.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Ricardo Padilla. Good evening, board members, colleagues, and community. I'm honored to give you this presentation and give you some history and feedback on how we got to the renaming of the multi-purpose room. And I brought a few slides to kind of give everybody the perspective of the work that we've done and the beautiful multi-purpose room that I believe we are all using at this point, which has been a great addition to our district. So at this point, I think I go to the next slide, right? There you go. Thank you. Just go over a little bit about the process to make sure that we followed the process and took direction from Dr. Zuniga on including our staff and our leadership team. And this is kind of how the process worked out for the renaming of the gym. On September 4th, 2024, the Board of Trustees directed the superintendent to begin the process of renaming the facility after the former El Monte Union High School Board of Trustees board member, Mr. Frank Ogaz. A meeting was held at FRL on September 25th to discuss the process and possible names. The members and people at the meeting included Mr. Kui Win, Dr. Zuniga, Mr. Bernie Arteaga, counselor, and Mr. Freddie Arteaga. At the meeting, we brainstormed and we decided that we would look at something to keep it simple but inclusive and keep it diverse for everyone. An inviting term for the facility was discussed, something that describes bringing our community together, the El Monte Union High School District community, and represents all stakeholders, students, athletes, student leaders, parents, families, staff, and community members. Names recommended by the committee members included Frank Ogas Sports Complex, Frank Ogas Unity Center, Frank Ogas Center, Frank Ogas Sportsplex, Frank Ogas Athletic Complex, Frank Ogas Forum. On September 27th, our FRLHS WASC leadership team met to discuss renaming of the multi-purpose gym and to give staff the opportunity for feedback as directed by Dr. Zuniga. Dr. Zuniga made it a point to make sure that we had the pros and the concerns about naming a gym and making sure we were all inclusive. And this is the feedback that was included. He was always a strong supporter of alternative education. If the building is going to be named after a community member, many are in support because of his contributions to the El Monte Union High School District. Some of the concerns or questions that were brought up, some staff members were concerned because they requested information about him. I mean, he did a lot of work for a long time. He was an important parent at Mountain View High School, and it's been a while, right, since he left our school board, but he was always a very active community member and very supportive. Information about him and his contribution to the El Monte Union High School District and specifically FRLHS. Other members expressed wanting to name the name of the gym to reflect the staff team longevity, culture, tradition. The school has exemplified over the last 30 years. FRLHS has been fortunate that many employees, team members have spent their lives working to make this school a better place for the students and community. So as you can see, there's some more pictures there of the beautiful gym. And then now we get to the point of, for some of you that maybe just got in our district or started working in our district somewhere in the last 5 or 10 years, you probably didn't know Mr. Ogas, or you probably wouldn't recognize him, but we did include a picture of Mr. Ogas at our board meeting, at our old boardroom, and there's a young fellow there. They used to call me Whippersnapper. You guys probably recognize him. But that was Teacher of the Year award, and yeah, he introduced me to that, but introduced me for me getting that award. But anyways, who was Frank Ogas? He was a board member of the El Monte Union High School District who supported FRLHS vision. He was a strong community leader. He was employed at El Monte City School District after he was a banker for some time. He was in community outreach for the El Monte City School District. He supported the renaming of Valley Lindo to Fernando R. Ledesma High School, and he was advocate for students and family in El Monte for his entire life. And he was a big driving force for a lot of positive things in the community. Okay. And that's Mr. Ogas right there holding the apple. And this is the recommendation that was brought up. The name was Frank Ogas Center. And at this point, this is where we're at. I think this is what we're looking for, Dr. Zuniga, right, as far as the presentation to the board and the community and colleagues.
Thank you so much, Mr. Freddie Arteaga. At this time, I am also going to put my 2 cents in. I had the opportunity of knowing Mr. Ogas. He was a mentor to me. I was actually just an instructional assistant when I worked at New Lexington, where I had the opportunity to meet Mr. Frank Ogas. He was a mentor to so many people. He was also a high school referee, did that for many years. He was a banker. He got to work with Steve Garcia. Those of you that have been around, Robin, Steve Garcia was a field colleague for Senate Bill 65, the Pupil Maintenance and Motivation Program, where the term outreach consultant came in. He was the outreach consultant. And if you know outreach consultant, it is the only education profession that is written into the book of suspensions. I'm drawing a blank right now. Into Ed Code. Outreach consultant is the only book written in Ed Code, and he was that. And when Mr. Ogaz finally retired from that position, they hired Mr. Padilla to be the outreach consultant that followed him. But I was his assistant that learned everything about child welfare and everything that went into being an outreach consultant. And he was an amazing man. Fast forward to Mr. Padilla comes and he's 19 years old, and I want to start a coaching program at New Lexington, a basketball program. And Mr. Padilla was only 19, and he calls Parks and Recreations, and I tell them, hey, you know what, I want to start a team. And they're like, get out of here, chump, you're only 19, get out. No, the schedule's already done. So I go and I plead my case and cry to, my, kind of like a dad, grandfather, Mr. Ogad. I'm like, hey, I want to start a team, but they pretty much just told me, get the hell out of here. He's like, who told you that? The people from Parks and Rec. Hold up, hello? And he calls this man, Mike Shively. And he says, hey, Mike Shively, my boy over here wants to start a basketball team, but they told him to, go fly a kite and that the schedule's already done. Is there anything you can do? How much is it? I'll pay whatever you need. How much is it? He's like, no, Frank, just go ahead and tell your kid to get a team, and he's got a game this Saturday against El Calvario. So there I am. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, go get your team. Hurry up. Go get them and call them, and you guys got to be ready to play on Saturday, right? So I call a bunch of kids and, make this team, no practice, just kind of, pick and rolls. I show them really quick, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to fast break. We lost to El Calvario, but we beat everybody else the rest of the time, and we won the championship. I will always remember Mr. Ogaz because he paid attention to some little chump that he barely met at New Lexington School. I also had the opportunity to work with his wife. His wife was our secretary at Gidley School when I was in 7th and 8th grade. Just an amazing family. And I know that board member Carlos Salcido also had the same love for Mr. Ogaz. I don't know this, but I almost felt like, Carlos Salcido saw Mr. Ogaz like a father, and it was reciprocated the same way. I could be wrong about that, but I always would pick up on that. Even before I came onto this board, and you got to serve with Mr. Ogaz on this board. And just a very special man. I know that same love that I felt, I know he had that for Carlos. I know he had that for you. I know he had that for Bernie Arteaga, And let me take you way back. You might not remember this, but I remember this because there was this little beat-up boardroom right here, right?
Right.
And when you applied to be principal of Fernando Ledesma, I applied to become principal of Fernando Ledesma. And I know a little bit about it because I enjoyed working with at-promise populations, but you knew it inside and out because you built that from the beginning. You were there when it was Violindo. You were there where, the little kids that we had from El Monte Flores or from all the neighborhood gangs would jump people, and there was blood, and there was violence, and there was that. I know that. I know that for a fact. You and Bernie dealt with all of that right there. I know the love that, Mr. Ledesma had for you guys too. That same love that Frank Ogaz had for you and Bernie is the same love that Mr. Fernando Ledesma had for you. You were his boys, my two boys. And I remember when you guys got pulled to that school, you're like, what? Me work with my brother, Bernie, saying me work with him?
That was
Never. I never want to have that happen. Well, we know how that turned out, right? Fast forward to when I got on the board. I was always didn't really care for nepotism. I came from a district where everybody was related to somebody, and I had a very rough time with that. And I remember when I came here, I had a majority on this vote, and I remember saying it. When I come to that district, I am going to undo Fernando Ledesma. If this Mr. Arteaga is so wonderful, I'm going to ship him out, and he can replicate it somewhere else. And I'm going to send this person here and this person there. And then I went to go see what you did at that school, right? And Mr. Ogas would tell me, because I spent a lot of time with Mr. Ogas when he was, at New Lexington. And then I went there, but then I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't have the superintendent tell me. I didn't have a board member tell me. I used to tell parents how wonderful it was, but until they would go there and actually see it, that you didn't have homie gangster kids showing their draws with their belt hanging out, and that they were disrespectful, or that teachers were just doing packets. No, that was not Fernando Ledesma. That was not the vision that Mr. Fernando Ledesma had. That was not the vision that Mr. Ogas had. That was not the vision that Lisa Holtz had. When you guys started that place, you guys had to redo the whole curriculum, everything from scratch. People don't know that, but I know that because when I came here, before I jump into something, I do my homework. I come prepared. I want to know everything. I don't want you to tell me. I want to go see it. You can talk all beautiful, but I want to go see it. So the vision was put by Fernando Ledesma. The vision was put by board member Mr. Honorable Franco Gaz. But you guys were the boots on the grounds. You guys work your tail off there. You guys would arrive at 7 o'clock in the morning. Like Mr. Ogaz would tell me all the stories and stuff. And why did I take such a big interest in Fernando Ledesma? Because that was the line of work that I was in with child welfare, and the outreach consultant position that is in Ed Code was created specifically to create a safety net to keep Latino kids from falling through the cracks and getting them to a high school and then a university. That is exactly what your expertise was at that school. And I've always told you, Freddie, we joke about it, and I use very colorful language, and I say, I'm glad I didn't mess this up. Because I was going to mess it up. And I don't think I would have been able to live with myself had I messed it up. Because when I go there, I feel respected. I feel loved. I love the campus of how clean it is. I have seen how one teacher can mess everything up in that place. You have to have the right people on the team to work with that population. Like the Lenarts, the Lisa Holtz. You just have some special staff there that understands the kids. And the goal is to help them out, whip them into shape, not continue to do what we've done in the comprehensive high schools. You give them a bit of a lighter program so that they can experience success. And what has happened? I've been a board member for 11 years. They want to stay there because of the way that you treat them, because of what Mr. Fernando Ledesma taught you guys of how you treat a human being and a student that is at Promise, because of the vision that Mr. Ogaz had about how you treat, your students there. And I feel it from your office, from your teachers, from the kids that you pick for Aspire, or when it's back to school night and you're playing music or open house and you feed us, and the remarks that moms make. Yo pensé que aquí no venían un montón de cholitos y que aquí no estaba muy segura la escuela, pero mira qué bonita está. Well, I thought they were a bunch of homie gangster kids, and I thought they were disrespectful, and oh my God, look, the school is so clean. I love it, Mr. Padilla. It is what you told me. I go, yeah, but I could tell you, a bunch of stuff, but you need to come see it for yourself. So long story already made long, because Mr. Padilla always makes it long. I would like to entertain the idea, and I know that your staff would love it, because I know your staff. I visit there very often. I know Mr. Ogaz would be very proud, and I know Mr. Fernando Ledesma would be very proud, and I know that Lisa Holtz would be very proud. But yes, I love Mr. Ledesma. I love Mr. Ogaz, but I also love you and Bernie. And that school would not be what it is today.
Thank you.
If you guys had not done all of that work and all that time. I've seen all the time that you've invested in that place. I'm surprised Cielo hasn't left you, because you spent way more time over there than with Cielo.
I'm surprised too.
Yeah. And I know that, when I call you sometimes and you're like, oh, I'm here at the school at the gym, like it's 7 o'clock already, dude. Don't you need to go home? So I would like to entertain this, and hopefully my colleagues will support me. I would like to name this center and I know you would never know this, and maybe I'm going to shock you, but you're a very humble man. You're very accomplished, but I have never heard you toot your horn or be, pompous or arrogant. Always so cool, calm, classy, Mr. Arteaga. I would honestly like my colleagues to engage with me and support me in this, and I would like to call this facility the Freddy Arteaga, Bernie Arteaga, and Franco Gas Center, because I know that Mr. Ogaz looking down on us, he would feel damn proud. I had enough time to work with him. I worked with him for several years at New Lexington. I never worked with Mr. Fernando Ledesma, but I have interacted with his daughter, and she is one amazing educator. I've had the opportunity of working with Mr. Arteaga. I've had the opportunity over the years as a board member here to interact with the community and all the men that come back and tell me about how they had another chance of life at your school and how you helped turn them around. And the stories go on and on when I'm eating a hot dog or a hamburger. And it was all because of your doing. And yes, this is not to take away from Mr. Franco Gaz, but it's to add to his vision and to the work that you guys have done. And I would like to ask my colleagues if they would entertain naming this building. And sometimes we've always named buildings once the person has passed on or has been deceased. But I really would like to see this building have your name and your brother's name, because it's been a joint effort, and he has been right there through thick and thin, and I know that for a fact. So I'm going to open this up, but again, I would like to entertain to name this the Freddy Arteaga, Bernie Arteaga, and Franco Gaz Center. I'd like some feedback. Mr. Carlos Salcedo?
So let me first start by thanking Mr. Arteaga just for putting this together and going through the process, just of holding meetings and getting feedback and doing the research. So I appreciate it. I did want to note that
Really quick, I smell like burnt fire, something. Is something burning? I have a hypersensitive nose.
It's probably me.
What is that? I can smell something. Can you go to the back in the microwave? I have a super hypersensitive nose. I'm sorry. It's what? Okay, maybe it's coming through the vents, but I can smell it. We okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The fire? Yeah, I'm hypersensitive. Can we tell security to go circle the place? Okay, I'm sorry. Please continue. I apologize, Mr. Salcido.
So, yeah, I was just thanking Mr. Arteaga and his staff for all the work, all the research. It was Frank who brought up the idea to name it Mr. Ledesma, to name the school after Mr. Ledesma. I remember specifically we were in San Diego at our CSBA conference, and we carpooled down there, and that's when he first brought it up, along with Mr. David Flores, who was a board member at that time. And that's how the idea was born. It wasn't anybody else's idea. I know that Mr. Ledesma and Mr. Ogaz were the ones with the driving force with moving Valle Lindo from South Amani over to its present site, because they wanted a permanent site, because both of them were very, very like-minded individuals, and knew that our students, regardless of their path, deserved a better education, right? And knew that with quality education, that they would be able to make something for themselves. I think Freddie and Bernie know how much I love them, and what they do for our students is unequaled. You know, it's mixed feelings about changing it. Not that their Arteagas are not deserving, right? But I would prefer, just me personally, keeping it that way, just because of what the role he played in getting that permanent site, and the role that he played in naming it after Fernando Ledesma. So for those reasons, I mean, it's the board decision, I guess. Would the name be too long? Those are other questions that kind of come up. Could it be something else? I mean, like I said, it's not to undermine Freddie or Bernie's contribution at all. But those are my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo. Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones.
Just a point of order. I have my comments. However, this is just the public hearing. The item is actually down on regular agenda 26, I think. So I will reserve my comments to when we get to that item, because this is only the public hearing and the presentation from staff.
Okay. Board Member Mr. Qui Win.
Actually, I don't mind naming Freddie and Bernie name included in Fernando Ledesma with Mr. Frank, Ogas, because, I know about the legacy that he left behind, but, and Freddie and Bernie are almost, for Fernando Ledesma, it's not like unanimously, it's the same thing. Without Bernie, without Freddie, there won't be a Fernando Ledesma. And I visited many times that facility. As long as Freddie doesn't mind, Bernie doesn't mind, I would go for it. And that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Mr. Qui Win. Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres.
I see that Fernando Ledesma School is really the product, of course, Mr. Fernando Ledesma, but somebody had to keep it up, keep going to have that school in a good position. And not only in a good position that Fernando Ledesma wanted to have it, also you have been increasing and making it better, and your students are coming really very good, thanks to the great job that you and your brother you are doing there. Of course, Mr. Orgaz, I didn't have the opportunity of talking or meeting him, but his wife was a good friend of mine. She was one of my students. She always talked about her husband with the idea that the sports were very important. And I think, it's a good idea to have it with that name, with Franco Gas Center. But that school needs to have your name and your brother's name. That's my idea that I have.
Thank you, Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. So at this time, I'm going to skip around in the agenda, and we'll go ahead and turn to that item. It's item, if everybody can look at their agenda, it's on regular agenda. Item 26. I'll go ahead and turn to Board Member Florencio Briones because he wants to speak on this item. So I'm bringing that item up right now. Board Member Florencio Briones.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you did with the committee. I'll just come right out. I absolutely no qualms about the work that you or anybody else at Ledesma does. However, I will be supporting the committee's recommendation to name the multipurpose room or facility the Frank Ogas Center. That's the recommendation that you're bringing us tonight. I'm certain that at some point in the future there will be an opportunity to recognize your contributions and everyone else's contributions, and I want to make it clear that it's with absolutely no disrespect or animosity towards anyone. However, that was the recommendation from the committee. And so I want to ensure that we're being respectful of their recommendation and their work. And so I will be supporting a motion to follow the committee's recommendation, name the Fernando Ledesma Multipurpose Facility the Frank Ogas Center.
Thank you for
Actually,
your...
at this point, I'll make the motion to adopt the committee's recommendation to name the facility, the multipurpose room, the Frank Ogas Center.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a vote on his recommendation on board member to name it the Frank Ogas Center.
We need a second.
We need a second.
I'll second.
Second it? Okay, we have a first and a second. So let's call for Mr. Briones' recommendation to only call it the Frank Ogas Center. Board member Carlos Salcedo?
Well, it's to consider the approval of renaming the multipurpose, so number 26.
Yes.
So it's to keep it the same, and I would like, since Freddie's here, if you'd like to make any kind of comments before we vote.
Well, we're not voting on that. We're voting on board member Briones'.
I had already seconded.
Okay, so then I want to call
But
for
it's
the vote.
it's already stated.
Yeah, that's the recommendation. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm moving that we approve that we adopt the recommendation.
And I had seconded.
Yeah.
And if I can interject,
No discussion, no?
we jumped, to the item already, but part of the public hearing also to provide a public comment opportunity if there's any before the board takes action. So it's only right for us to take this time, if there's any public comment, to close the public hearing before we move on.
Okay.
And making sure that there's opportunity for anybody to have a public comment regarding the public hearing at this time.
Fair enough. Okay, so we are on item C1. Is there any public comment from the audience that would like to comment at this time? Hearing none, I will close the public comment. We will now turn to item
26.
F26, okay, and the regular agenda. And this is to just consider approval of renaming the multipurpose room and gymnasium at Fernando R. Ledesma High School to the Frank Ogas Center. Okay, Mr. Carlos Salcido, your vote?
I had first, if we can have discussion, and since Mr. Nguyen brought it up, if I would want to hear what Mr. Arteaga has to say.
Okay, Mr. Arteaga?
Well, first of all, this is a very, very surprising, unique situation to be in. I think this is a first, right? But I would like to say that I'm honored. I'd like to go around the horn, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity. I never take it for granted to be the principal at Fernando Ledesma High School. I try to lead for my colleagues, being the senior administrator, but that wouldn't happen if it wasn't for, Carlos Salcedo, Mr. Cuiwin, Ricardo Padilla, Stella Torres, and Florencio Briones. That being said, I almost feel, well, let me say this. As a student, all my life in the El Monte Union High School District, I've had some great honors. I've been fortunate to be with great teachers and coaches. I've been part of a state championship team. I've been part of a national championship team. I've been inducted into the El Monte Union High School Athletic Hall of Fame. I've been Teacher of the Year. All those have been great honors because that's what the district has allowed me to do as a student and a teacher. But this is the greatest honor. So I want to tell everybody on this board that there is no hard feelings, that everything I just mentioned, all my accolades in the school district has been because of teamwork, and it starts with the school board supporting me as a student, as an athlete, as a teacher, as a counselor, and as administrator. I have not done this work alone. I have done it with the community support and most of all with my team members at the school. I just represent them. I get the love from them. We have a vision and we continue. And the reason we do it is because we realize we're so important to the El Monte Union High School District supporting. We are a pillar for all the comprehensive high schools. We turn around an issue that's probably not going in the right direction, and we correct it, we make it right, and we do what's right by our families. And I do that with my team. So I guess That being said, I'm a team guy. I've always has been. I always have been. One rule that we have, and I'll put Dr. Zuniga kind of out there, is we treat all our board members the same. We treat everybody with respect. We treat our families and our students with respect. And out of respect for Mr. Frank Ogaz, and out of respect for every single member on this board, I guess the right legal term, what I would have to say, I'd have to recuse myself, because I think this is your guys' call. Out of respect for my team members and their wishes at the high school. I think that's the correct word. We do have a member here, Miss Lisa Holt, and she was on the committee. Mr. Kui Win was on the committee as well, one of the committees, and so was Dr. Zuniga. So I think at this moment I just need to recuse myself, and I'm very honored and thankful and privileged to be the principal there.
Thank you,
at Fernando
Mr.
Ledesma
Freddie
High School.
Arteaga. Appreciate it. Okay.
And that's complete respect for Mr. Ogaz, because everybody knows how Mr. Ogaz was so close to me and Mr. Ledesma. I mean, Mr. Ledesma considered me his son he didn't have, and with my brother as well. That's out of respect for them.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Did you say Lisa is here? Oh, come on up, please. Please share.
Am I excused?
You are excused, Principal Arteaga.
Carlos and Florencio, you guys, I love you guys. You guys have
What an honor for Freddie and Bernie. My dad and Mr. Ogaz were thick as thieves. And for you to even suggest that you honor both of those men along with Freddie and Bernie, by you honoring them, you honor all of us. We have all been together. If you come visit our school, you see the 25, 30, 35-year plaques hanging proudly on the wall. And we do this because we're a team and we love each other, and we stayed together for so long because it's our passion. This is what we were meant to do, and we were meant to do it together. So by you even suggesting that their names are there, it's like you've put us all up there on that wall. And I'm just so proud of the thought of that even happening, and you honoring us all in that way, because everything we do together as a team. And I have to think that my dad and Mr. Ogaz are together, smiling down upon us all right now. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote on the way it's written there, but then I will be making a new motion to add Mr. Arteaga and Mr. Bernie Arteaga's name to this. So item 26, consider approval of renaming the multi-purpose room and the gymnasium at Fernando R. Ledesma High School to the Frank Ogaz Center. We're going to call for a vote one by one. Board member Carlos Salcedo?
Aye.
Okay. Board member Florencio Briones?
Aye.
Board member Kui Win?
Aye.
Okay. To leave it as is?
Leave it as because
As Frank Ogaz? Okay. Board member Professor Stella Torres de Sigris? You say nay? Okay. And I'm also a nay. So we're clear on what we're voting on, right? You want to leave it alone?
because in respect of Mr. Arteaga wishes, I have no choice but go with him, his wish.
Well, that wasn't his wish. Freddie, get back up here. You didn't, I'm going to put you on the spot. Come on up here. He was very humble and said that you're honored, but Mr. Kui Wynn's making it sound like you said no. And Lisa Holtz, come on up, Lisa.
Well,
What
yeah,
I heard,
just
what
to-
I heard from Lisa was that both Mr. Ogaz and your father would be honored to see the name of Freddie and Bernie up there. Is that what I heard from you, or did I hear it wrong?
That's what you heard from me, but also in the process when we were together as a staff, their names did come up, that they
Whose names came up?
Bernie and Freddie Arteaga
In which meeting?
in our WASC leadership meeting where we discuss
Who-
like the
who's-
potential names.
Who
of
said
the
that? Because
school.
I heard that it was Mr. Kui, Dr. Zuniga. Who else was in that meeting?
I wasn't in the meeting with them.
Okay.
I was he had that meeting first, then there was another meeting where our WASC leadership team was discussing following the process. And when we had the opportunity to discuss the pros and the concerns, one of the concerns was that, our school is a family unit and that the name reflect that somehow.
Okay.
And their names, Bernie and Freddie, by putting their names there,
That would honor
it would
everybody on
honor
your staff?
everybody.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then,
And I think when he said recuse himself, he meant he needs for you to decide. He can't speak for himself because this
because
is
it
too
speaks
close
to Mr. Arteaga's
speaks to
humbleness that
him.
he would never say,
Yes.
put my name on that building.
No, he would never say that.
Right. Okay, so
Yeah, so if that's all, I changed my vote to yes.
Okay.
To no, I mean.
Okay, look.
Can you make clear that?
I will make it clear. What we were voting on was, and I wanted everybody to be clear, is to only have Franco Ogaz. Mr. Carlos Salcido said yes, he only wants it to be Mr. Ogaz. Mr. Briones said yes, only Mr. Ogaz. You initially said yes to that, but I don't know if you got confused. Professor Stella Torres de Segres wants to see all the names, Freddie Arteaga, Bernie Arteaga, and Frank Ogaz. I want to see Freddie Arteaga, Bernie Arteaga, and Frank Ogaz. What do you want to see? I want to be clear.
I want all the name on it. Yeah.
Okay, so then, again, we got to vote on this one first, and then I got to vote. So Carlos is a nay, or a yes to just Frank Ogaz. Florencio Briones, board member Florencio Briones, is a yes. I am, Professor Stella Torres de Segres is a no. I am a no, and you are a no.
No, yeah.
Got it, okay? So that's the item. The item does not pass. So now I am going to make a new motion. My motion is consider approval of renaming the multi-purpose room and gymnasium at Fernando R. Ledesma High School to the Freddie Arteaga, Bernie Arteaga, and Franco Goss Center. That is the new motion on the floor. I'm going to call for a vote. Board member Carlos Salcedo.
Sure.
Board member Florencio Briones.
Aye.
Board member Kui Win.
Yes.
Board member Estela Torres de Segres. And I'm a yes. The item passes 5-0. The building will be called the Freddie Arteaga, Bernie Arteaga, and Franco Goss Center. We will now turn back to At this time, we will turn to item C2, board and superintendent announcements and communications. Board member, Mr. Carlos Salcedo.
Should we go through the agenda first? We need to go through consent and regular agenda.
Go where?
Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm getting my head of myself. We're doing roundtable. We're
Say
going
that
back to
again,
the
go ahead.
Communication. Yeah, you go back in the communication. Yeah, I'm just jumping myself about the end of the agenda, so.
I'm sorry?
I was jumping myself back to the end of the agenda, but we're going back up, so.
Okay, yeah, we're going to
just
go
be
back up.
clarified.
Yeah, again, we're on item C if you're following along on the agenda. C, oral/written communication. C1.
Mr.
C2,
President.
excuse me.
Mr.
Board-
President, there was a little technical hiccup on that. There wasn't a first or a second when it went back the second time around.
Okay,
So
got
would you
it.
like to just
Okay,
retroactively pick who
got
would
it.
first
So we're
and
going to go
second it?
back and fix that. So I have a motion on the floor. The motion is consider approval of renaming the multi-purpose room and gymnasium at Fernando R. Ledesma High School to the Freddie Arteaga, Bernie Arteaga, and Franco Goss Center. Can I get a motion to approve? I will move to approve. Can I get a second?
I second it.
I have a second by Professor Stella Torres de Segrist. And then I called for the vote. We have the vote already, right? Okay, all right, there we go. Now we will go on to, thank you, Dr. Zuniga, and thank you, Terrence Gallagher. Thank you. Yes, and Alma. Thank you, Alma. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Keep us on check. C2, Board/Superintendent Announcements and Communications. I apologize. Board Member Carlos Salcedo.
Just wanted to give a shout out to Almani High School, Mr. Cuevas, just for a wonderful, groundbreaking event last week. It was nice to see all of the student athletes, the band, the community come out to celebrate this long awaited field project. So, but it was a nice event. Great weather. The Dodgers won. So all in all, it was a great day. Just my one request. You remember that, right? JPK. Make sure he's there. That's it.
Thank you, Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo. Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones.
Yeah, just a couple items to report out tonight.
Sure.
Over the last month, I was able to attend a couple of meetings and or site visits. I want to say thank you to Mount View High School's Teacher Prep Academy for their invitation to speak to their students on October 7th. It was a really nice opportunity to meet with them and share a little bit about what it means to be a board member and our role as trustees. Same day, I was able to attend the Mountain View School District Food Pantry grand opening. I want to say thank you to Dr. Andrew for extending the invitation to the board. We were able to see their facility there at the Mountain View Family Center on Mountain View Road. And then, of course, I was able to attend Rosemead High School's 75th anniversary celebration on the 10th as well. It was really great day, really nice environment, and it was a nice football game as well. And then, as Mr. Salcedo already mentioned, last week we were able to attend the Almani High School track and field groundbreaking. So I'm glad to see that program or that project is moving forward, and that project or facility will be complete once this project is completed later next year. And then lastly, just a special shout out to Mount View High School. Was able to attend their homecoming last Friday. Thank you to the admin team and the staff for putting together the alumni section. We had a really nice turnout from folks who appreciated not only the amenities that were provided, but also were really excited to see the new field and stadium facility there. And then just a reminder to everyone, we are in cold and flu season, so if you haven't already done so, go out, get your flu and COVID vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. Board Member Andrea Pablo. Since I skipped you the last time, I'm so sorry. I'm going to throw it out of order here. Andrea Pablo. It's not okay. It's not okay.
So this month, I was able to attend a meeting with Dr. Rivas for the school grant, correct? So that was really nice to see all the schools come together, teachers, parents, staff, administration, all leaning towards the goal of possibly earning, right? Achieving the goal of getting the grant for all our schools, which would be of great help with funding, right? As well as congratulations to the football teams, South Almani, and Arroyo High School for making it to CIF. I know that in regards to sports as well, that cross country had their league finals today, so I'm not sure about the results, but I know that Almani got second in league. Probably Arroyo got first. And then a huge thank you to Mr. Freddie Arteaga for inviting SAC to go help with the trunk or treat event that the Almani PD organizes And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Board Member Andrea Pablo. And by the way, just for the audience to know, I remember when Ms. Pablo started and she was so nervous at the first school advisory committee meeting. And I remember talking to Dr. Zuniga and I said, hey, you're going to have to work with her. She's like scared. Oh man, you should see her now. She commands presence and she does icebreakers and she is awesome. So I just have to tell you that I've seen your growth, Ms. Pablo. So keep it up. And you guys got to see Ms. Pablo kind of check Rio Hondo College and let them know that, her constituents do not appreciate, that one teacher or the several teachers that made some inappropriate comments. And I love my students being able to articulate and advocate and tell them. And even if it was a little awkward, so what? You lean into the discomfort. Thank you for speaking. And I found it very refreshing that you're like, let me give you my card, call me. Because if you don't call me, I'll get your card and I'll call you. So good job for that. Okay?
Of course, it's all for the students.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Board Member Mr. Kui Win, what have you done for the children of the El Monte Union High School
Picture,
District?
please. Who in charge of the picture?
Pictures.
Photo?
Mr. Steelman, where are you? Gone home? There you are. He's so good, man. He's learned to, he plays Luis Miguel for me before the meetings. He has all the IT stuff.
Okay. Okay, this is a meeting I had with Yolanda Emerson last week. A 2 hours meeting at Rio Hondo in Pico Rivera. We discussed in length 2 hours. That's why, before I come in over there, she says she come to me, but I say no, because I need you. That's why I come to you. So we spent 2 hours discussing all the detail, and you ask all the questions. I have no more questions, but like I say, it's a good partnership. So next, that's the Rio Hondo Education Center at Pico Rivera. Next one, please. And this is a picture I want to bring to share with everybody. This is an old picture from El Monte Union news feed. That was taken, the reason I brought it back, because 9 years ago, when my kid went to Rosemead High School, USC have a program called SHINE. SHINE stands for Summer High School Intensive of Next Generation Engineering. Rosemead students, there are 3 of them, fortunately got in, including my son. So, so I brought it up to the former Assistant Sup of Education Services, Dr. Flores and Dr. Bristol, and they say we all went to USC Videby Engineering School, and to try to establish, a grant to getting Rosemead High School kid, go to summer school to do research in USC engineering lab. And it's very intensive and very, educational. And the fact is, all these kids that graduated from that program went to a very prestigious university and make a lot of money. Probably they make more money than Dr. Zuniga now, because he's the highest pay. But like I say, the reason I brought it in, because we try to look for opportunity for our students, any opportunity that's available, including go to university or go to community college. And, I don't want it. This program fell through because, they tried to write up a grant, and because they changed the leadership of the El Monte Union High School District, it fell through. So it never materialized. I don't want what we're working now to be to fail either. So that's why I just want to bring back the memory that any opportunity that help our kid to succeed, do it. And, and it's very valuable because our kids deserve the chances to succeed in this society, especially in this great country of ours. This is the greatest country of ours, and everybody have the same opportunity as long as they work hard for it. Next question, my next photo, please. And this is the groundbreaking at El Monte. People talk so much about it, and these are dignitary, from El Monte City, Mayor Ancona, and all the, council member. Next, please, real quick. And this is the band. Next, please, and we'll be real quick. That's the, El Monte School Track and Field. Next, please. And there's a groundbreaking ceremony, with everybody on it. Next, please. And this is Miss Tammy Silver and Mayor Ancona and where they are. Next, please. And this is just happened last Monday. We were at the Student Advisory Committee, and this is the picture we've taken. One thing I want to bring it up right now, because there's a resolution on the homelessness, student homelessness, and I just want to ask Dr. Lin. I know this one funded by the federal fund, McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. So I just want to know how much money we get and what the balance is, and how many students did we serve for each school site, and do we keep track of all those things? And because that's one of the resolution in the Student Advisory Committee, and we was discussing about, because the homelessness of students getting worse and worse because of the grant, because the definition of homelessness is very broad. Sharing a room, sleep where you don't normally sleep, in the bedroom or in the car. So, so I did ask some of the administrator what kind of service or help we provide them, and how much we're getting from the school budget. From.
To add this before it leaves me. If you recall, we did have Dr. Laura Rivas come up with a flyer that addressed the services that we provide to foster youth and homeless, and then also to the McKinney-Vento. And then we had created a second flyer also, correct? And the reason that we did that was when I asked for the cheat sheet on LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, Edith Echeverria, I'm not sure if she's here, she did the presentation, but then one of the things she said was, oh, we didn't really finish the funds for foster youth and homeless, and there were some funds that we didn't finish, and it didn't sit well with me. And I said, trust me, if we didn't spend those funds, we did not do a very good job of advertising to our students what those funds could be used for. We should not be having leftover funds in those categories, because we have a huge population that can benefit from them. So Dr. Rivas did the flyer, and then you also gave us those numbers. So can we get that in our Friday packet just to get that? But it speaks to that, Mr. Cui.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go right ahead.
That's okay. I also visited Ramona Adult Transition Center. Everything worked well. I see some of the kids come from Acadia High School, get picked up, and and it takes a special staff to work with those our student at the ATC right there, Ramona ATC right there. I also visited South El Monte High School, visit with Dr. Zuniga and Miss Ogar. I told you before, I went to one the IM1 classroom, and I saw the kids struggling, and one of the IM1 teacher, I asked him, can I see the grade book, the distribution in your all your classes? He showed it to me, and it's very depressing. But I know we're working on it. And I asked him, what is the biggest challenge you have? The biggest challenge he has is the kid doesn't have the fundamental skill in math and time management, and among other things. But it's happened all the time. And I also went to Arroyo High School visit not a few days ago. I always visit in Integrate Math 1, and I see we need to do a lot of things. I know we're in the process of trying to improve math in our school district, and that's very. And we also go to Rosemead High School. I and President Padilla went to Rosemead High School for a parent meeting, and listen. We have an earful of the parents talking about how can they help the kid to study math. And they're all talking Spanish, but anyway, and they asking what our board obligations are, and Mr. Padilla say we have 4 obligations, policy making, for protecting the budget, and hiring an attorney, The third one here keep asking me, what is it? I knew, but I don't want to tell you because, because that's a sensitive thing. That's hiring and firing and a superintendent. Okay? So, but it is, that's our job. It's our job, so very much, and we have an earful of the parents, saying about how they can help their kid, their student. And they say, most of the, and they blame it that, most of the feeder school district doesn't teach math well. I say, that's why we're working on it. We bring every, feeder school district, and that's why we have vertical alignment on a COUS meeting. And that's what, Mr. Padilla explained to them. We're working with the school district vigorously to try to establish a common ground so we can build it up. And that's it. Very much my report.
Thank you, Board Member Mr. Qui Win. Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. What have
Yes.
you done for the children of the El Monte Union High School
Well,
District?
one of the things that I did was we did together because all my colleagues participate in the board budget meeting that we have October the 22nd. Oh, it was very, very interesting the way that Dr. Lim gave us the presentation of the budget, but the part that really impressed me is how well the cabinet gets along with the superintendent. And they knew how to explain it to us, all the way that the budget is spending. Really, I was very impressive and very happy to know that the money is in good hands. The 28th, we attended, Mr. Dr. Zuniga and myself, we attended to the PTA Superintendent's luncheon. Was very interesting. I was very proud to have Dr. Zuniga with us, knowing everybody because he knows almost all the superintendents there. I saw him saying hi to everybody. PTA presented this superintendent luncheon where they talk about the importance of the PTA in the distribution of the budget. And later on, I was in one of our one Friday, I was in the football, one of the football games for our students in Arroyo. Was the last time that we tried to use the popcorn machine for the PTA, but it didn't work. We had to buy a new one. Is Mr. Gabriel? Yes. I think that we have to buy a new machine for making popcorn. Okay, please, and then we can sell the popcorn to our students. And I had to sell the membership because we have to start making that PTA stronger. And one of the most beautiful things that I've been observing is, as you know, I'm a catechist at Nativity Church, and I had 15 students from El Monte Union High School District who attend to these classes. They come to the classes religiously at a time, study, do everything that they have to do. But the most important part is that the Sunday the 20th, we had parent involvement, parent and student together and study with them. And as always, El Monte Union High School District for me was really very important because all the parents attended and all the parents fulfill all the things that they have to, all the aspects of the confirmation the students have to follow. And this is part of the great success that we have here in El Monte Union High School District. Parents is very important for the education of your children. Not only in education here, academics, also the religious education. And well, you saw the picture that about the groundbreaking was really interesting. We were very happy. We have a lot of good time. We enjoyed talking with several students from El Monte High School, and with us was also the board member from Pasadena City College. We were having tacos with them, and we were talking with the students, and the students were here. Here it is.
Silver.
Thank you very much for coming to that groundbreaking and enjoying the tacos. Okay, that's it, Mr. President. That's it. Oh,
She
yes.
have a lion.
There you go.
She's part of Lion,
Yes,
and
you
that's the
have to.
reason that she came. And your mother is studying in
El Monte High
in
School.
El Monte High School, huh? Well, you see,
Awesome.
You saw that it's totally different. It's a beautiful high school. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you,
coming.
Board
Okay.
Member Professor Stella Torres de Segres. Yeah, and then I'll ask myself, what have you done for the children of the El Monte Union High School District, Mr. Padilla? Well, I did have the honor of attending the School Advisory Committee meeting at Mountain View High School. Big shout out to the administration there, Mr. Bañas, and your staff. A very warm welcome. We had breakfast burritos and some pastries and juice, and it was just, we were well received. I love listening to Dr. Zuniga work with our students. And Dr. Zuniga, big shout out to you for talking to them about, the resolutions and items that are speaking to them. Thank you for talking to them about mathematics and our test scores, the results, and being very transparent with them. I just want to thank you. I see our Student Advisory Committee at another level, way further along than when we first started. They advocate for themselves, they speak up, and having Andrea Pablo as their leader, it's just going to get better every year. So thank you publicly for the work that you do there. I know it takes a lot of time, but I just want to give you kudos and acknowledge you. Also, kudos to Dr. Rivas for working on community schools. I know that is a big task. You've got some big jobs that we've been, putting on your plate. But I know that the administration has also been working really hard with you. I've seen the pictures of the tables and all the different teams working here. I just want you to know that your work does not go unnoticed. People do call us and tell us, what happens, and I just want to thank you for that. I also want to thank Dr. Lin for the board budget study and the monies. It's important for every school board member to know, the budgets that we have and what they can be used for and what they cannot be used for. And you did a great job in putting together that amazing binder. Also, big shout out to Mr. David Norton, who sits quietly over there and doesn't like a whole lot of recognition, but also did an amazing job. And they're like Batman and Robin, peanut butter and jelly. They do a phenomenal job. So kudos to both of you, to Dr. Michael Lin. I'm barely getting to work with Dr. Michael Lin. He's getting used to working with me, and I'm getting used to working with him. And, he's getting to know that Mr. Padilla is out there, and, I don't miss my words, and I ask questions that, it was one of the things that was kind of funny when he was going through the presentation. He says, board, I just have to apologize because this is kind of like the boring part of the presentation. I said, that's the part we're waiting for. That's the meat and potatoes. Like Professor Stella Torres de Segres told me she loved that boring part. I go, that was my favorite part too. And I think the rest of my colleagues were right there. We wanted to ask all the very detailed questions about every single budget that we offer or that we have. And so just very well done. I mean, you're what I've heard about you, not just what I've seen, but what I've heard from people throughout the district. They're talking behind your back, and they're saying some really nice things about you. So thank you for your leadership. Robin Torres, when we did the budget study, I thought it was just going to be Dr. Lin and the board. But no, it was Dr. Rivas was right there. Mrs. Torres, Robin Torres was there, the superintendent. It's like, they had Dr. Zuniga's back. And they all had worked long days, but we were all there, the board, them, us, one big family. And so I really appreciated that, Dr. Zuniga. I just want you to know. I thought it was going to be you and Lynn and us, Dr. Lynn. I'm sorry, not Lynn. Don't ever let me do that. Dr. Lynn and Dr. Zuniga and Dr. Rivas and Miss Robin Torres. Your whole cabinet was there, and that was very powerful to me, and the entire board was there. Thank you, and Mr. David Norton. Thank you to Rosemead High School. I did go there for a parent meeting, and yes, the topic was, what do board members do? Like, what is your job? So I was there along with Mr. Quewin, and we talked to a group of parents to let them know what our responsibilities are. And like Mr. Quewin said, the responsibility of the board member is to create policy, to protect the budget, to hire or fire the superintendent. Those are the things that you get hired. And when we go to CSBA, the California School Board Association Conference, that's where they train us on all those things. Kudos to El Monte High School. Big shout out to Mr. Eddie Cuevas. Thank you for the performance of all of your, the band, the cheer, just all the big celebration. Thank you for the tacos and just a very warm feeling there, and getting to see that soon you guys will have a new track and field project. Also, a big kudos to Ms. Tammy Silver, the Honorable Ms. Tammy Silver from Pasadena City College. More and more, we're going to become more connected. In the past, we were like the redhead stepchild. Y'all wouldn't pay attention to us. But now everybody comes here. Ryan Liu, Dr. Jose Gomez, you. I met Mr. Gibson, Ryan Liu, Dr. Gibson, excuse me. I apologize, Dr. Gibson. But my point is, like, we also have been intentional of like reaching out to you guys, you know, and I think that's what it takes. And so we're excited with the partnerships that we continue to work together. So thank you for still being here. It really means a lot to me. And please tell Dr. Jose Gomez and Ryan Liu. Also, kudos again to El Monte High School. They did have the El Monte High School, the Latino Cultural Heritage, the Schoolyard Rap. It was the very first time that we'd done it, and really enjoyed it. Also there, shout out to Ryan Liu and Dr. Jose Gomez. They attended this event. Many of our parents from our Super PAC, better known as the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee, they were there, and there's a lot of stuff going on that day. So Mr. Cuevas, where are you? Raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you for being an amazing host. So many things get done at El Monte High School. We appreciate it. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for always walking the walk and talking the talk. And just whenever we call on you, you always step up. Big shout out to RHS, my alma mater, for the 75th anniversary. It was cool to see Board Member Briones, Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Segres, Board Member Mr. Qui Win, and myself. Truly had a blast. The concert, what else do I have here? Oh, Trunk or Treat. Mr. Freddie Arteaga, you're such a trooper, man. He was dressed as his school's mascot, the Mustang. I didn't know, but he was out there like he does every year. The format of Trunk or Treat got changed. It used to be on the back in the Valley Mall, or the whatever they call it now. I still call it the Valley Mall parking lot, but they changed it. This year what they did was Main Street. That's the new name. They closed Main Street, and then they parked cars on the side, and there was Mr. Freddie Arteaga as a Mustang. And kudos to Andrea, also our trustee. She was out there giving candy. And kudos to EMUHSD, the El Monte Rosemead Adult School. They too were there giving out candy. And I really appreciate that, because that's definitely above and beyond. You know, after working a very hard day, Freddie has done this for years, along with some staff members from his school. And same thing with El Monte Rosemead Adult School. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys connecting with the community. And it was just a great event to see so many of our kids, the little ones from the elementary district and the high school kids. Freddie, I didn't know that the Mustang had a name. ¿Cómo se llama? What's the name? Rick, one more time. River. That's right, River. Told me. And then the owl from El Monte, from the EMUHSD, what's the owl's name? Owl? Albert M. Ross. Okay, I'm going to have to learn that. But I found that out there at the Trunk or Treat. That was pretty cool. But again, Freddie and El Monte Rosemead Adult School, thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate that. Okay? And lastly, just a huge thank you to Mr. Qui Win. You know, when we get our Friday packet, we also get like a calendar that kind of tells us, Dr. Zuniga puts it on the last page, like upcoming events, and we're very well informed. And there have been so many school visits. When I see like a school visit, I know it's usually Mr. Nguyen, excuse me, visiting the schools. And again, it's one thing to read about it, but it's a whole other perspective when you go there and actually see it, you know. And I really want to thank Dr. I keep telling you Dr. Mr. Nguyen, because he's retired. You know, he's retired already. He has that luxury. For me, I still have to work. I'm at work during the times that I see, like, what? Visit at 1 o'clock? Like, I'm lucky if I even can go to lunch or something at that time. I'm stuck doing something. So I just want to thank you for the work that you do. It doesn't go unnoticed, and that's not to diminish everything else that our colleagues do. Like Mr. Briones is always going to something. And I've always told you guys, like, me and Mr. Briones don't agree on a lot of stuff, but on the work of who we help, we always agree. Would you agree with that, Mr. Briones?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I said that we, I said we don't always agree on everything, but one thing we do agree on is helping our kids. And I was just acknowledging that, you know, Mr. Quee goes to a lot of visits and you do a bunch of stuff too. And so would you agree that we agree that we always do things to help our kids?
I will not dispute those comments.
All right, Mr. Briones. We will agree on that. And again, we do defend English language learners, students on free and reduced lunch, foster youth and homeless, and, you know, ask the question, like, is it good for kids? On that part, he and I always agree. Our philosophy for education is right on. It's just a few other little things that are like whatever, you know, but the main work that we got, you know, elected to do, we do it. And one thing I do have to say about board member Florencio Briones is he always does things. He always goes to something. He always shows up. And for that, you know, I give him a lot of credit. So with that, that's my report. That's what I've done for the children of the El Monte Union High School District. I don't want to leave anything out. Let me. Yes, we will now move on to an update on our construction projects. And as you know, in the El Monte Union High School District, the joke is that we are either ribbon cutting or we are groundbreaking, one of the two. So come on forward, Director of Facilities Maintenance and Operations, Ms. Norma Macias. You're on.
Hello, good evening, President Padilla, members of the board, Dr. Zuniga, and cabinet audience, my colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to
Really
provide this
quick,
presentation.
Board Member Silver from the Pasadena City School District, she probably is thinking like, till what time does this meeting go on? She's like, I'm out of here. So anyway, sorry for the interruption. And it is 10 o'clock. The agreement that we have with our administrators is that when it's 10 o'clock, y'all get to go home. So adios, buenas noches, okay?
Thank you, have a good night.
Be
No, I'm
safe,
just
be
kidding,
safe,
I'm not
you
going
guys.
anywhere.
All right.
Bye.
Okay.
They left you behind.
Onward. Thank you, principals. Appreciate it. Be safe. Good night. Good night, Ms. Salanitro. Good night, guys. Good night. Thank you so much. I apologize. Please continue.
Thank you, President Padilla. The next slide, Measure D was passed in 2008, just a reminder, for $148 million. The last issuance was issued in June of 2024 for a little over $13 million. We're, well, just shy of $14 million. And the most recent measure, Measure HS, was passed in 2018 for a total of $190 million. Our last issuance was in June of 2024 for almost $20 million. We have a total issue amount of $129,279,500. So we have one last issuance that we're eligible for, and we'll be looking forward to bringing that in the future. This is just a summary of the list of projects that we have ongoing and the various funding sources that have helped to complete this project. For example, Arroyo Track and Field Project, the estimated budget was $15 million. Total bond dollars used, $14,750,000, and we used $250,000 from Fund 25. And as you know, we were in a rush to complete several projects, HVAC projects that were funded using ESSER dollars, and you'll see the ESSER funded projects identified there. And this is a continuation of the projects that we have listed. And now I'd like to go on to an update on South El Monte High School modernization. This project has been delayed for a lot of multiple reasons, but I do know recently you were all out there to help us celebrate the ribbon cutting, which coincided with the open house. They are completing the exterior painting. They've been working tirelessly to get all the landscaping done, and they're completing work in buildings K, L, and the administration building. I'm very happy and pleased to report that everything is going to be done. That's our CM back there by Thanksgiving. And we do have later on in the agenda one final change order, and I'm told that that's the final change order to close out this project. But all in all, the site has been fairly patient with us, but I think what the students in the community at South El Monte are going to be benefiting from is a truly modernized, comprehensive high school. The next high school I'd like to briefly talk about is Mountain View High School modernization. This project is on track to be completed in March of 2025. The team was pushing to get the quad partially open and available for homecoming, and I included a couple images there. They are next working on a very long victory walk, which is going to connect the main campus to the track and field project. And we are, working on completing the gymnasium, the girls' locker room area, as well as building K math and science labs. So it's also going to be a very nice project. I'm pleased to say that the front elevation is nearly complete. We've got most of the landscaping in, and if you've driven by there, you could see the nice new fencing. So it's really, I think, been a very nice beautification project for that area. Arroyo High School track and field project. This project, I'm told, is going to be 100% complete next week. They're just finishing up on installing the mechanical screens that will go over in the concession buildings. There is some last minute signage that is slightly delayed, but all in all, the project will be, it has already been handed over to the site and will be 100% complete next week, with the exception of the signs. Mountain View High School, the same there. They are installing the mechanical screens. All the low voltage work has been completed. They're doing some last minute fire alarm testing, and it will all be completed within the next 2 weeks. PDC modernization, I included the latest image of the exterior elevation on the bottom corner there. We're still waiting for signage, but all of the necessary improvements are going to be done and ready to hand over for the site's use next Thursday. So all of the water will be installed. Everything should be completed. And hopefully soon, maybe right before Christmas, there'll be some sort of recognition or ribbon cutting there. The next slide is Arroyo HVAC in the kitchen and gymnasium. This project is going to be completed by the end of December. We are planning to give it completely over to the site by January 1st. The site is already scheduling events, and I just included some of the nice pictures of the new graphics that have gone into that gymnasium. The HVAC in El Monte High School, this one is a little bit more delayed. The big wait here is waiting for the HVAC equipment to come in. It's supposed to come in by February, March. However, what we're pushing to do is to complete all of the infrastructure that is necessary, that needs to be done, so that we can hand it over to the site sooner than later. I have to say, Mr. Cuevas has been very patient and very accommodating to us now that his site is down. The track and field project, he doesn't have a gym, and he hasn't had a kitchen, so we really appreciate the patience there. But our goal is to hand over the gymnasium by the end of December, so they'll be able to use the gymnasium, even though we'll be waiting for the HVAC once it comes in to just come in, put it in, install it, and connect it. The kitchen, it's going to be handed over by January, because we are planning during the winter break to complete some flooring improvements in the cafeteria and in the kitchen. Rosemead Gymnasium, this is probably the last time I'll include the slide. That project was completed and handed over to the site. The Rosemead Adult Center, this is a project that was recently bid out. Later in the board agenda, you'll have an opportunity to review that we are asking the board to reject all bids. There was an issue with both of the two lowest bidders. So our goal is to rebid the project and hopefully bring it to you for approval in December. We're still looking at doing a groundbreaking in the beginning of the year. El Monte High School Track and Field Project, just last Thursday, we had the groundbreaking, and as Dr. Zuniga predicted, it was a great night for the Dodgers. We won, yay, and we had a wonderful groundbreaking. Thank you all for attending, and I included a couple of pictures there, but I thought it was really nice, the wonderful turnout of the students. South El Monte High School Track and Field Project. This project is going to take a little bit of time because we are relying on the Army Corps of Engineers to review the plans. Dr. Lynn and I had a meeting with the Army Corps on Monday, and they have advised us that due to lack of funding, they don't have a lot of personnel dedicated to review these projects. So they did advise us that it could be, a long process for them to review and approve it. But we are staying the course, and that's where we're currently at. And this is probably the last time I'll include this slide also. ESSER-funded projects. We did complete all of the ESSER-funded projects, and we're able to take advantage of that as a funding source. And just a quick glimpse at the future and what awaits us, future modernization projects at Arroyo High School. The concept is to create a new theater, music, and admin building. In addition to that, we will be looking at installing the keyless door system, and this is a project that obviously we will be waiting for funding to move forward with. Here are some additional images of the theater and the band and choirs room. There's the guidance office. El Monte modernization. This is another very comprehensive modernization project. We'd be looking at modernizing all of the classrooms that had not been modernized, which are quite a few. Replacing windows, replacing roofing, campus-wide painting, but creating, the big focal point here is to create that main office, dedicated space where when people come on campus, they have a place to go to that is clearly identified, where they can go and check in. And in addition to that, we're looking at an expansion there to house band. These are just some additional slides showing the proposed modernization. And lastly, Rosemead High School modernization. This is a project that's also fairly comprehensive. We'd be looking at new roofing, new painting, new signage. There would be two large projects here. One would be the new entry lobby area. We would be looking at modernizing the auditorium, and as well as creating a new career and parent center, community college and career in one of those buildings. So another beautiful project that has been slated to be designed. And lastly, just a quick update on the solar project. This was a project that the board approved for Engie for $8,610,706. We'd be looking at installing solar at the district office, at El Monte High School, and at Ledesma. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Director Norma Macias. Any comments, Board Member Carlos Salcedo?
No comment.
Thank you. Board Member, Mr. Florencio Briones.
One comment, something I'd like an update on. When I was at one of the back-to-school nights, I think at South El Monte, I remember if it was this year or last year, there was a concern raised in some of the rooms that had already been modernized, the lighting fixtures that were installed. There's lights that light up to the ceiling and then lights that light down, and they were supposed to be set up so that they were independent of one another. One classroom in particular, I think it was one of the art classrooms, the idea there was that they could turn off the downward-facing lights so that the students could work on their projects while still having some light, some ambient light, but it wasn't set up that way. It looks like the lights were tied in together so that they were all connected. And so that was brought to my attention. My hope is that it's a software fix on the controls,
Yes.
and not a wiring issue. So if you could provide us an update on that to see if that is something that A, is still an issue, and B, how it would be corrected.
Yes, I'm going to call Mike over because I know it is something that has been brought up and we've been
This
looking
gentleman
at.
was here because there would be a question that he could answer.
Hi, my name is Mike Arnold. I'm a senior project manager with Erickson Hall, serving as the construction manager, working very closely with Norman Macias. So yes, it was a commissioning item. The entire project was going to be commissioned at the same time. So not every single area had been taken care of yet. It is a programming. So it has now since been taken care of.
So the lighting fixtures that are installed, the upward-facing lights and the downward-facing, they're independent?
They are independently controlled.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Anything else, Board Member Florencio Briones?
I don't know if it's within the scope of this presentation or perhaps it's something to bring up during roundtable. Some of the bond monies goes towards furniture, and we had some concerns brought up today about existing furniture at South El Monte High School. That is something that has also been brought to my attention. We walk into a brand new classroom. It's been modernized, but there are 25-year-old pieces of, furniture, whether it's desks that have been marked up or, written on, or bookshelves that are 30 years old at this point. Are there plans to replace furniture, desks, student desks, teacher desks, bookshelves, filing cabinets along those lines? Or is that something for a second?
I thought we had already ordered them because I'm the board member that the teachers approached and Mr. Quee. And I remember having this conversation with Dr. Zuniga, and I was told that they had already been ordered.
We doubled up the order size from last year, yet that doesn't exceed all the classrooms that, quote unquote, they feel are not suitable for learning, which we purchased just 5 years ago. They're not liked, but they're there. So sometimes it's more about what choice you like, or because you have a new classroom, you want the new furniture as well, which are seating. So I've tasked Dr. Lin to work with Dr. Morales on identifying those desks that are no longer suitable for student learning. And that way we can have a firm idea about how many desks we are to replace or how many desks we can move from one classroom to another. So sometimes, in a nice way, I'm saying is, as principals, we stash a lot of things where we can say, no, we really can move some of these desks to this classroom. They're not being utilized, and replace some of the aging desks. So we're doing a thorough inventory before we invest in purchasing more desks for South El Monte, as we are doing for the other schools. And that's what I told Mr. Morris when I talked to him. I said, it's not just that we don't want to, put all our funding into South El Monte. We also have to understand there's 5 other schools that are in need too. So we're trying to balance that support. But we are in touch with Dr. Morales. I think he identified 10 classrooms that require potential replacement. We want to see it for ourselves and to evaluate the desk conditions too.
And just to be clear, I'm not necessarily talking about somebody's choice about whether they want rolling desks or not.
And that's what we want to determine.
It's more about classrooms where I walked in and the existing desks from 20 years ago were there. A lot of them are marked up and etched on. And so they do need to be replaced. Some of them did look like they were either obsolete or out of repair. But there's also other pieces of furniture like teacher desks, filing cabinets or other cabinets that they may be functional, but they no longer match the decor of the room. Obviously, we need to prioritize things, and I understand that. But I also feel that if we're walking into a newly modernized room, the furniture needs to match. I'm not going to walk into someone's home. You guys know the analogy I'm about to make. Walk into someone's home and the furniture is out of date and they just painted, things like that. So obviously there are priorities and there's
Right,
funding
yeah.
limitations.
Yeah.
But I thank you for letting us
Sure.
know that you are working on taking inventory of what's needed. And obviously, it's not just one site. We have other campuses too.
Yeah.
But those are my only two questions.
And the classroom sets are obviously, when you look at a classroom, so you think, well, they can only cost so much. But when we're looking at the desks that we need to purchase by order, they could potentially run about 20,000 a set of classroom sets each. Which is something that if we don't budget, then the funding is not allocated for that too. So we completely understand, and as I mentioned to Mr. Morris, is that we're here to work with our site, but also understand that we're working with all sites at the same time for budget purposes.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Ms. Macias.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. I enjoyed the explanation, and I have full confidence in you and in our new CBO that you guys will address that issue. So, yes, thank you so much, Board Member Florence Briones. You said that was it, right? Okay, Board Member Mr. Qui Win.
There's a lot of great things, modernization going on, but my only concern is, I look at the agenda today, there are a lot of amendments on all those contracts, and all I ask, from Dr. Lin, you have my vote of confidence, please stay on top of these, because as a businessman, I never like amendment. The original contract, unless you have no choice, or, because it's going to eat up our bond money. So, I ask you, I don't know all of the detail, but please stay on top of it, because when I look at these agenda, a lot of amendment, every amendment costs money, a lot of money. So I don't want to, to make sure that, it justify and, put the board in an awkward position, because, if we don't approve it, we delay the project. And we approve it, we lose the money. But we have no choice but to approve it. So that's the situation I'm in right now.
Got
That's
it. Thank you, Board Member Quewin. Professor Stella Torres de Seegers, do you have any items or anything that you have a question?
The ones that we have in Arroyo High School, where we in the how do you say, the place where the fields, the field of the footballs, and we have the place where we sell the stuff.
Oh, the concession place?
Those rooms are beautiful.
great.
I'm very happy. It's totally the dream that we would like to have it 20 years ago, when we used to go to the games and we used to sell everything for the PTA. One thing, our machine, of course, the popcorn machine is not working anymore, but at the beginning, they told me that when we started to use it at the beginning of the footballs, the season of the football, they were connecting the machine with all the connections that they had in the room. In the room, they had several things. They have the coffee pot. They had also the cheese. They connected all of those, and they have 5 things at the same time. Plus the popcorn, it broke everything. I know that it was too much to put, but
We'll
didn't
definitely
we?
take a look at
Can
that.
we fix that?
Yeah, we'll
we can
definitely
put
take a look at that. I wasn't
because
aware.
we're going to get the popcorn. I don't know if we're going to fix
Yeah.
that. Then that machine is a really good machine. Of course, we bought it a long time ago, but it's a good machine. And I don't know when we are going to have it, but we would like to have a connection only for the popcorn.
Right.
In that way, we don't have to interfere with the connections of the students. They are selling a lot of things.
Yeah.
But the room is really great. Okay. Okay. Thank you. No, that's it.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
then can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Thank you.
We're in the presentation right now, so.
Oh, we're still in the
yeah.
presentation?
about?
Oh, my bad, my bad.
We're
my
concluding
bad.
it, now we're going to.
If I could just address 2 items really quickly.
Go ahead, yes.
And I know
Mr.
it's
Padilla
late.
kind of lost it right now. I was like, was I asking them if they had any
Miss-
items? And so, go ahead.
To Mr. Briones' point, and just to echo what Dr. Zuniga had mentioned, At South El Monte, they have been allocated the most amount of money for furniture replacement, and I'm totally with you. I understand, beautiful new facility. I want to see new things, but they have been allocated more than their lion's share. But for sure, we are going to look at, I know the furniture that you're talking about specifically, we are looking to see what we need to replace. And then, Mr. Cui, Nguyen, I just wanted to talk about the amendments, specifically when it comes to our IORs and LORs. Those are our lab of records and our inspector of records. So generally what happens is an RFP is put out for these services. And you know, FNA will give us an estimate of, 8,000 hours, and they'll give us a cost. And, TYR will give us an estimate of so many hours, and they'll give us a cost. And we're generally forced to come with you with the lowest amount, right? Which is the smallest of all of the prices, even though it's not apples to apples, because it's not a hard bid. It's just based on somebody who sat back and said, this is a year-long project. I'm going to estimate that they're going to be in the field a total of 20 hours in 1 week, and this is what it's going to be. Sometimes, though, and when these projects, especially like at South El Monte, which has been extended, the hours have extended, and that's why these amendments have come in. So it's kind of a tricky situation, because we want to bring you, if we don't give it to the lowest price, you are rightfully going to ask us, why are you not awarding it to this person when their bid is only 400,000 and not 600,000? We're bringing you the lowest proposed cost, but unfortunately with these projects, especially with the lab of records and the inspector of records, their estimated hours, they're not supposed to be there per se 40 hours a week. Sometimes they're only going to be there 10 hours a week. So that, I just wanted to provide that explanation, and I appreciate the position you're in. So thank you.
Because money right now, we need to protect our budget and the money. And I know sometimes in construction there are always cost overrun, always. But still, if we don't try to control it, and it will eat up our money. That's how I can. I just want to raise the concern, and I'll see. Dr. Lin probably better at it than I am, because he's in that job, that situation.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the update on constructions, Director Norma Macias. Always so detailed and on point. Answer every question we have and concern. And tonight it's no different. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now, Mr. Padilla was skipping. He kind of lost it there a little bit. On consent agenda, Board Member Carlos Salcido, are there any items that you'd like to discuss?
No items.
Okay, Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones, are there any items on the consent agenda that you'd like to discuss?
I'd like to pull E13 only for a separate vote, not for discussion.
Okay. There we go. So we'll talk about that separately. Florencio Briones. Okay, Board Member Mr. Qui Win.
No.
And Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Segres. No. Okay, and I have none. So let's go ahead and take up item 13. Mr. Florencio Briones, it's consider approval to ratify the First Amendment agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and the City of El Monte for school resource officers at various sites. Board Member Briones?
I just wanted this item for separate vote, so if you want to take a motion.
Did you have a question on that, or?
No, I just want to vote on this item separately from the rest of the consent calendar. That's it.
Okay. All right. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of E13? We will take that separately. Can I get a motion to do that?
So moved.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda is approved. Item E through 25, but excluding item 13. Okay. So at this time, we'll do a separate vote for Item 13, consider approval to ratify the First Amendment agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and the City of El Monte for the school resource officer at various sites. Board member, or Mr. Dr. Zuniga, you want to talk a little bit about it?
We just need a motion, and then anybody motion for that item?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just
We just
wanted
need
to
a
vote on
motion.
that one separately.
Anybody would like to motion for that item? at
Okay.
this time?
So I move to approve item 13, consider approval to ratify the First Amendment agreement between El Monte Union High School District and the City of El Monte for the school resource officer at various sites. Can I get a second?
A second.
I have a second by board member Mr. Qui Win. We'll take an individual vote. Mr. Carlos Salcido?
I'm an aye, but I do have a question.
Okay,
Just,
go ahead.
Dr. Zuniga, just a quick explanation on
Sure.
the increase.
When we did the agreement, if you recall, about maybe, I think it's been over a year now, this is probably the second year in the agreement, there was a set amount for the 3 years. But in the agreement, you also had language that said that there would be an increase according to what would be the annual increase, right, for cost of living, for example. So there was a statute there that allowed for that. So what we did is we only calculated the first year times 3 for the total amount. So the contract had a set amount already, which would have exceeded the increases annually over the next 2 years.
Right, but I thought those percentages were already set.
No, they weren't. They're explaining that they would have the opportunity to do that annually to revise that. But what we did is budget it for the 3 years based on the first year cost. And when we looked at that, it said we need to adjust that to increase the cost because of the percentages that are annually. In addition to that, I believe it allows for an additional year of extension in this agreement. Dr. Lin, is that correct? Just to make sure that I'm clear about that.
Yes, that's correct. The original agreement dated December 6, 2023 didn't contain the cost of living or the increase based on the time value of money. And the amendment now includes that percentage increase to cover the cost of the increases over time.
So if you added the original approval, it would have just been based on the first year multiplied by 3. And that's why we're amending it. And the city also acknowledged that as well.
In comparison with the SRDs, school resource deputies, this is actually cheaper. We're getting a better deal with the Monte Police Department per unit of employee.
And again, we're talking about the safety of our students and their protection, correct?
That is correct.
Our question is, are we paying all the costs or still sharing half and half?
100% El Monte Union High School District.
We pay all of it.
We all of it, yeah.
Right. Rosemead City is the only one that reimburses us 50% for the one SRD.
Mm-hmm.
And on that topic, again, Dr. Zuniga, I would like to revisit South Del Monte again. There's going to be some new leadership there, and I would like for me and you to go and do another dog and pony show there and ask for help with South Del Monte. But I know the cost is, but yeah. You have the floor, Mr. Salcedo.
I voted yes.
Are we having, you said you had a question.
I asked it already.
Okay, so who did the first and who did the second, Alma?
So first by you, second by Mr. Wen. We already voted here with Mr. Salcedo with the question
Okay, so
asked.
Mr. Salcedo's an aye, got it. Board member Florencio Briones?
No.
No? Okay, board member Mr. Qui Win?
Aye.
Board member Professor Stella Torres de Sigris? And I'm an aye, so the item passes. Okay, moving on the agenda, item F, regular agenda. F1, consider approval to change order number 1 with Chalmers Construction Services Incorporated for the Family and Community Engagement Center, formerly the Professional Development Center, PDC Improvement Project. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by board member Professor Stella Torres de Sigris. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by board member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F2, F as in Frank Ogaz. May he rest in peace. Consider approval to reject all bids for bid number 2024-2025 B2 Rosemead Adult Education and Transition Center Addition/Modernization Project. Can I get a motion to approve? Move to
moved.
approve by Mr. Padilla. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F3, consider award of informal bid number 2024-25B3 EV charging stations for South El Monte High School and El Monte High School to RDM Electric Company Incorporated. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F4, consider approval to enter into the agreement with the Solis Group in response to RFP number 2024-25 P4 Labor Compliance Consultant Services for the Rosemead Adult Education and Transition Center project. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F5, consider approval to enter into a lease agreement and maintenance contract with Copy Inc., DBA, IBE Digital to provide Konica Minolta printers, copiers district-wide by utilizing the Association of Educational Purchasing Agencies CalSaves Cooperative Services Contract Number IFB 021-C. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Nay, he's
Oh, I'm sorry. 4-1, with Mr. Briones being opposed. He's a nay. The item passes. Item F6, consider approval of a master professional services agreement with Minshu Environmental Consulting LLC to provide environmental engineering testing and reporting services on various district projects as needed. Can I get a motion to approve?
move to approve.
Move to approve by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second? Seconded by
Second.
Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F7, consider approval of a master professional services agreement with the Environmental Engineering Group to provide environmental engineering testing and reporting services on various district projects as needed. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F8, consider approval of an agreement with the Nolan Inc., DBA Nolan Construction Services to provide DSA Inspector of Record Services for the Arroyo High School Verizon Wireless Tower Upgrade Project. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F9, consider approval of an agreement with American Engineering Laboratories Incorporated to provide material testing and inspection, labor of record or LOR services for the Arroyo High School Verizon Wireless Tower Upgrade Project. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item F10, consider approval to accent in-kind donation with Eco Urban Gardens for installation and remediation work at the Arroyo High School Farm Lab. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcido. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F10, F11, consider approval of an agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and Heartland School Solutions to provide payment and accounting services for the associated student bodies district-wide. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones. Can I call for the vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F12, consider approval of agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and Frontline Technologies Group, LLC, for employee attendance monitoring services. Can I get a motion to approve? Move to approve by Board Member Padilla. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. F13, consider approval of contract agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and the Nurturing Nest Therapy Center Incorporated to provide behavioral intervention support services to disabled students with exceptional needs for the 2024-2025 school year. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move
Move
to
to
approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Move to approve by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F14, consider approval of memorandum of understanding or MOU between the El Monte Union High School District and Rio Hondo College to provide non-credit courses to the El Monte Union High School students. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
by Board Member
Move to approve.
Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F15, consider approval of addendum to the memorandum of understanding between the El Monte Union High School District and Insight Treatment Programs. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
I have a motion on the floor by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F16, consider approval of agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and SNO Sites to provide a website for Mountain View High School's journalism course. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item F17, consider approval of agreement between the El Monte Union High School District and the Common Lit for one-year license to access the full digital literacy program at El Monte High School. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Florencio Briones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F18, consider approval to enter into agreement with Southern California Orthopedic Sports Institute, SCOSI, for medical assistant students externships for El Monte Rosemead Adult School students. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F19, consider approval of resolution number 14-2425, declaring the district's membership in the statewide educational wrap-up program, SEWUP. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 10, consider approval of resolution number 15-2425 to authorize the district to execute change orders exceeding the 10% limitation of public contract code section 20118.4 with Rancho Pacific Electric Contractors Incorporated to remediate and complete the South El Monte High School modernization project. Can I get a motion to approve?
Mr. Padilla, just to be clear, this is item 20,
20.
20, yes.
No, it's 10, 20.
and I move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Did I skip one, Mr. Briones?
No.
No,
Because
okay.
You just
Say
gave
10.
the wrong number.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
20.
It was for 20. Thanks for the clarification. Item F21, consider approval of resolution number 16-2425 to authorize the district to approve contracting with Johnson Flooring to remediate the South El Monte High School gymnasium floor. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 22, F22, consider approval of resolution number 17-2425, approving the Rosemead Adult Education and Transition Center project negative declaration, approving and filing the recordation of a notice of determination. Can I get a motion to approve?
Can I have a question on that one?
Yes,
what-
go right ahead.
So, Dr. Zuniga, can you elaborate on this one? Approve the adult transition
Center
Center
project
tra-
negative declaration.
What it is? What happened?
For Dr. Lin?
Yes, so basically a negative declaration in the CEQA situation is a very good declaration. It basically says we are environmentally compliant. We do not want a positive finding because a positive finding would be environmentally not good. So a negative declaration means that we are good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That we are good environmentally?
Yes, and we have to go through these steps to make sure that CEQA, which is part of the California Environmental Quality Act, we are in compliant. There is no finding, and therefore it is a negative declaration, no finding.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. Does that answer your question,
Yes,
Board Member
yes.
Qui Win?
Mhm.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Florencio Briones. Can I get a second?
No, we quick win.
You both said it, so
Okay,
I said
whatever.
him.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Second, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Board Member Qui Win gets the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item 23, consider approval of resolution number 18-24-25 for Native American Heritage Month. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 24, F24, consider approval of resolution number 19-2425 to recognize November 2024 as National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Mr. Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F25, consider approval of various change orders for the South El Monte High School Modernization Project. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Board Member Qui Win. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to item G, roundtable and closure of the meeting. G1, topics or issues to be brought forward for future agenda items. Board Member Mr. Carlos Salcedo.
Nothing.
Thank you. Board Member Mr. Florencio Briones.
Yes, two items. One is we could get something in our Friday memo on Prop 28 monies, which is the arts money that we're receiving. The comments that were made today regarding the Mountain View High School band program, one of the speakers did mention about some of the equipment or instruments that are either old or in need of repair. I can attest, having seen some of those instruments a few weeks ago and in previous competitions, that I recognize some of those instruments as being older than me because I was in band at Mountain View and I remember those timpanis. I remember some of those marimbas and the xylophones. So we can get an update on where the Prop 28 money is being allocated to.
Sure.
And
Absolutely.
if we're doing a needs assessment of any kind.
Sure. It's also important to recognize supplanting versus, providing the
Supplementing.
funding
Yeah.
and what's eligible for it. So there are specific guidelines that Prop 98, that 28 that we have to abide by. But nevertheless, obviously that is a concern for me. So I will be addressing in other ways to look at that band equipment and how we replace that, like other schools do as well.
Yeah, and I know that the question or the issue that was brought up today was specific to Mountain View.
Correct.
However, obviously, we have 4 other comprehensive high schools with music programs.
Right.
So perhaps we need to do a comprehensive needs assessment or something along those lines. I don't want to give you any extra work.
No.
But
Yeah, we'll definitely address that.
this may be more than just one school.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing it from other schools. That's my concern, where it's not being brought to our attention. There is an annual refurbishing of the instruments that are sent to get cleaned, to get fixed traditionally. So my question is that happening at Monte View High School, or what is preventing that from happening?
Because
for caring for that?
Mr. Faraci also did mention, the need for new shields. And at one point they had the metal shields that spelled out the entirety of the school name with the Viking head. They were replaced at some point with the wooden shields that they have now, so that it shortened the school name. But I mean, the wooden shields are not a permanent thing either. And so just a question of what is the need that they need? Is there existing funding, or is there something that we're missing along those lines?
That are doing, okay.
The other 2 items really quickly is if we can get a report back, get our Friday memo about the situation regarding JFK transportation and what the ladies or the female students brought up about changing on the bus. That concerned me, the 2 statements that were made. One, that there was a bus driver who refused to step off the bus while the females changed. And 2, requiring students to have to sign a waiver to change on the bus. It's something that I've never heard of before. Whether it's with our own internal transportation department or external contractors. Again, having been a music student and been on many different buses, you change on the bus. And if it's not on the bus, then you have to provide a suitable facility, and it didn't sound like that was happening.
Sure.
I also had some concerns regarding apparently statements that were made at a meeting from administration, so we could follow up on that and find out what exactly the circumstances that led to the situation and how it's being remediated.
Correct. One, I already addressed the first one with regards to speaking to the coordinator of transportation, our coordinator, to immediately contact the company to inquire about who that individual was and report the incident, number 1, since they're not our employees. 2 is that we can't limit transportation from our own buses to parades because we know that staffing may not be available. So you're going to have to outsource those transportation. That's why it's not ideal for us to have practices like this without specific guidelines that the district has approved, which I don't believe we have a consistent guidance about guidelines that allow kids to dress. Buses are not meant to dress. Number one, I know it's been happening for a long time, but we need to revisit this and say, are we doing this consistently across? And how are we ensuring kids are remain safe while they're in the buses changing, from preventing from people from entering, cameras being on, that could place the district in liability. So we do want to be cautious about that. We also don't want to, go immediately and stop everything from happening because we know that it does impact programs too. So we are going to be addressing that with the principals tomorrow, just to kind of get a first insight about, do we have copies of guidelines we provide for parents about what is required of them when they go to these parades. So those are things that in my head I'm going to start beginning to immediately address. But again, is raising awareness, number one, with one incident that occurred, could potentially lead to more in the future if we don't prevent that from happening in the future too. So that's kind of my response, but definitely I'm on the same page where you are about finding out some of the information and have that response to you in your memo on Friday.
Thank you. And then my final item, this one's kind of oh, man. So we had an election on Tuesday, and clearly we have a new president coming in January, and it's not personally not the person that I would have preferred. And I'm having a lot of deja vu because we've had this conversation back in my first term in 2018. At that time, we had a conversation about updating our board policy and our administrative regulations and training staff on how to respond to visits from ICE, or Immigration and Customs Enforcement, DHS, which is the Department of Homeland Security, and other federal agencies. And that's now something that we're going to have to revisit again to ensure that our staff is trained. So if somebody shows up and says, they need to speak to a certain individual, whether it's a student or a family member of a student, because they believe they may be on campus, that staff is trained on how to respond, and that they understand the difference between an administrative document versus an actual warrant that would require them to hand over a person. So I just want to make sure that we're prepared for when the administration transitions in January, because based on comments that have been made by the president-elect, immigration and what he said was a massive roundup of immigrants is on his plate. And I want to ensure that our students and our families understand that we will do what we can, what is necessary, in order to protect them while they're on our facilities, while we're operating within the law. So those are my 3 items for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Florence Briones. And I like what you said about that Prop 28. That was something that we discussed in our budget retreat. So if in our Friday memo, we could also have like a 1-pager of, what can we use Prop 28 for and what can we not? Just 1 page, not like a big one. Dr. Lin?
Well, Dr. Rivas, who has probably information, so we
Okay.
can work in tandem on that.
All right,
The-
sounds good.
The
Thank
budget
you.
and the regulations.
Thank you, Dr. Edward Zuniga. Thank you, Board Member Florence Briones. I already went to you, right, Carlos? Mr. Salcido? Board Member Qui-Win?
I just have a question to our council. I know it's late. Just one quick question, council. Like, the parent over here come over here say, they're willing to sign the liability waiver, but I'm not in law, so I don't know. But certain waiver is not effective because our job as an entity have to protect the kid.
Correct.
But just the fact that they signed the waiver, it is not effective. That's right. I just want your opinion on it.
No.
Yes. So there's some variations, waivers and releases of liability can be valid, but essentially it boils down to it doesn't relieve you of your obligation of your duty to supervise and provide a safe environment.
That's what I say. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions? Board Member Qui-Win? Do you have any other questions? Thank you.
question.
Board Member Professor Stella Torres de Seigres. Thank you, Mr. Wynn. None? And I have none. Okay, moving right along.
I have one thing.
Okay, I apologize, Dr.
No,
Zuniga.
no worries.
Go right ahead.
I know it's been late evening, so I'll make this quick.
I'm a little bit out of it. I apologize.
No, it's just been a long night, so
Yeah.
I'll be short. Dr. Lynn and I met to discuss the first interim that's coming up in December. And as you know, that we do have a late meeting for December. It's December 18th due to the rule that we cannot have the reorganization. It has to be done after the second Friday of December, which places us in that week of we have our board meeting from the 16th on, right? The 16th to the 20th, I believe.
So what are you asking for, a special board meeting?
Yeah, so because the first interim is required to be submitted to the county by December 16th, if I'm not mistaken, we're requesting if there's a special board meeting to address, number one, the first interim, to address it with, to provide that to the board. And number two also is to have an emergency resolution passed by the board due to the emergency we had last night at Monte High School, which triggered us to go out and get the repair done as soon as possible without bidding process. So we would need a resolution to have that and show that to the county.
Got it. So give me some dates. And I don't know.
So
does
we're
the board
proposing
wanna-
the 11th, which is a Wednesday week prior to that.
December 11th?
Yes.
Mr. Salcido, are you available on December 11th?
Try to keep it short as possible. You know, it's around the holidays. So.
When you mean at 5 o'clock?
5 o'clock would be ideal for us.
Great. Okay, Board Member Florencio Briones, are you available on December, you said December
11th. Yes,
11th?
available.
Yes, okay. Board Member Qui Win?
Yes.
Professor Stella Torres de Seigres?
Yes.
And I'm available. So December 11th at 5 p.m., we will have a special board meeting to address the first interim and also to pass an emergency resolution
yeah.
to address the contract we gave to
address the
company
repairs at Monte High
without,
School.
it was the blowout, right?
Yes,
The
sir.
transformer. Got it. Okay. At this time, anything else, Dr. Zuniga?
No, sir.
Okay, so at this time, we're on item G2, closed session. At this time, the board,
Just a moment, Mr.
Oh,
President.
let me
I
see.
need a
Sorry.
request. I don't know how many of you remember Ernesto Villegas,
yeah,
Yeah.
who was one of our board members.
yeah.
He passed away 2 weeks ago, and I really would like to have a minute of silence in his memory.
Oh,
He served in
yeah.
the Board of Trustees for 8 years,
Yeah.
and I think that he was from 82 to 2000, something like that. But especially, he was a really good father, and he was a good member of Nativity Church. We felt really sorry for his wife, Berta, and his 3 children. And I really would like to have a moment
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
silence.
We could do that right now.
Would you please
A minute of
moment of
silence. Absolutely, in honor of Mr. Ernesto
Ernesto.
Villegas, and may he rest in peace. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we will now go to item G2. I was stating that the board was able to finish all of the items in our closed session, and at this time, I'll turn to our attorney, Attorney Terrence Gallagher, to read out from closed session.
Mr. President, referencing published agenda section A2, 3 items, subsections A, B, and C, all 3, the board received information and no final action was taken. And that concludes the readout.
Thank you so much, Attorney Terrence Gallagher from Olivares and Madruga. We appreciate you. Thank you to all of my colleagues on the board, Superintendent, Cabinet. Appreciate you. I know it's a late night. I hereby adjourn the meeting of the El Monte Union High School District for today, Wednesday, November 6, 2024 at 10:57.